Hello. Welcome to the stream, Chunks. Thanks for hanging in there. I'm a little bit late. Oh no, there's some angries and some sads and some happy faces. You just got all of them, huh? All right, I'm just gonna post this on TikTok and then we'll be good to go. On TikTok. All right. Hey everyone, if you are seeing this, that means I am streaming right now on this place. Come build Lego Star Wars with me. And I'm going to put a sticker on there that says Twitch, just so that, because the sign's backwards. All right. There we go. And post. Chunk says hi to TikTok. Negasonic, how goes it? It goes good. Just ran 6 blocks to get here. That's why I'm starting a little bit late. So okay. The meal stuff, the meal prep stuff is supposed to be delivered before 5. Usually gets here around 3:30ish, 4ish. So I was expecting that, and then I got like text message after text message saying everything is coming in late. It'll be here by 6, and I'm like, that's not all right. I went in the tracker. They're like, all right, they'll be here by 5. I'm like, okay, I can delay the stream 5 minutes. Okay, we'll be here by 5:07. We'll be here by 5:13. It came in at 5:17. So I pulled it in, put everything in the fridge, and then ran 6 blocks to the office where we are now so that we can build. Ooh, thank you for the cheer. I don't know what that does, but thank you. I really appreciate that. An advertisement for a Star Wars book. What Star Wars book was it? Is there a new, I'm assuming it's New Republic, Old Republic, High Republic book that's coming out? Okay. Let's get this going. I'm gonna do something different today. I didn't plan a build. I planned 6 builds for today. Audible Star Wars. Okay. All good. Although, yeah, that's fine. I don't get to see the ads when I play them, so I don't know who's adding what. But so here's the plan for today. Tell me about it. I got an English degree, and to think I've maybe picked up 2 or 3 books since then that I've actually read all the way through. Everything else is just reference material. Getting an English degree ruined fiction books for me. I have not picked up a fiction book since my degree. It's all been reference material, textbooks, history books, stuff like that. It is... School does that. So, here is the plan for today. We're going to go over here. So, you may have already seen this on TikTok, but I have a number of minifigures. Like this guy, and this guy, and these guys, and these guys, and this. And then you may have also seen these 3 on TikTok, but they're not part of this. Hey, welcome. I'm glad you could make it before you fell asleep. Also, don't let this keep you up, huh? Alrighty. Oh. It's telling me to highlight the chat. I'm not going to do that. So, here's the plan for today. I have 6 This is only 5. We need one more. We're going to use Akyel for number 6. I have 6 minifigures here. Can BB-8 roll? This BB-8 cannot roll. This BB-8 is on a... He's got a tube on the bottom. So he can roll sideways. In like a little circle. But not goodly. Not goodly. Time to spend 30 pounds of my hard-earned cash money on some Doctor Who audios. I need the Chris Eccleston in my ears. That's a good choice. That's a really good choice. If I'm still active in chat in half an hour, sure. I'll put you on mute. I'll give you a 30-minute ad break and hope that you just turn it off on your own. So we have these 6 minifigures, and these 6 minifigures need ships. So we're gonna build them ships. Now, there's 2 ways we can do this. One, I can throw up a pole. You can throw up a pole. Or I can put them into a bag randomly. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh. I only have 5 options, so we'll take out me for now then. Bag? Bag. Never mind. No more pole. We'll do bag. So here's the problem with that, Negasonic, is I'm going to go ahead and say that this is not a screen accurate Razor Crest. I don't think this is screen accurate. No, don't think so. So, here's what we're doing with the minifigs. Each of these minifigs needs a ship, and we got to build those ships. So I'm going to stick these minifigs in a bag. Doo-ka-doo-ka-doo-ka-doo-ka-doo. And shake them all up. Now the next question, before I pull a minifig, is do you guys want to know what I'm building before I start, or do you want it to be a surprise? That's number 2. So let me know while I'm shaking all these up. Let's figure out what you're building as you go. Surprise! All right. So, inside the bag, we are getting... Who's that? Okay. Okay. I'm just gonna put them up here so I know who it is, but you guys don't. And that's the ship that we're gonna build first. So let me just consult my instruction books here on the side so that I know which instructions to pull up. Of course, it's the number pad. The number pad switches the camera. I keep forgetting. Okay. Instruction book and the pieces. Thanks, I like my minifig too. I can't show you my minifig because they're either in the bag or they're on the counter, and we're building them a ship. In the meantime, I don't know if you were here last week, but I got the minifig I was talking about. Finally dug them up. So step 1, build a minifig. Already done. Step 2, I went to the gas station when I got paid an hour ago and picked up the wrong pasta pot. I'm disappointed. The wrong pasta pot? Like a pre-made pasta thing? I'm assuming you didn't get like a pot, like a cooking pot. This stream contains product placement. Yes. I'm going to make sure that all of these logos are visible and that I'm following the brand guidelines to make sure that this is admissible as product placement. Hey man, I got to make a living somehow, right? Like the kettle pasta pots. Gotcha. I think we call that something different here. I don't know what we call it, but it's definitely something different. Um, so here's the mistake that I made is that this is 3 sets. So I'm gonna have a little bit of trouble finding the pieces. Each tray is three ships. I got cheese and broccoli instead of chicken and mushroom. Okay, cheese and broccoli is not bad, right? I would prefer that over. Well, I just don't like mushrooms, but cheese and broccoli is not bad, especially if it's got like extra cheese in it. Make it nice and hot. Good. Mm, hot melty cheese in your pasta pot. What makes this game even more fun is that it's all gray pieces. It's not what you were expecting. Ah, gotcha. That happens to me all the time when I take a sip of my tea and realize it's the most disgusting tea I've ever had in my life. And then I remember that I ordered a coffee. Terrible. I'm having flashbacks to all the to-go food that was there when I was in London. So nice. You could just go to a literal hole in the wall and get just delicious food. Garlic powder, pepper, and a little paprika in there because these things are notoriously bland. Yeah, they gotta be. They gotta be. I don't know how those would compare to like the ramen that we have here, or maybe you guys have it too, but like the cup of noodles where there's just so much, not flavoring, but like salt in the flavor packets that you just don't know what to do. You just don't know what to do. Well, obviously you put in half a packet of the flavoring. Or if you're like me in university, you put in half a packet of the flavoring, you put in a cup of frozen vegetables, and then when you're about halfway through cooking it, you throw in an egg, just a whole egg. That's how you make the instant noodles. I'm looking for a piece. I remember sorting these pieces. Just don't remember where they went. Interesting. Can we skip it and move on? I'm starting to see why all these AFOLs are disgusted by the amount of gray pieces in a set. It does make it a little bit harder, even when you've sorted your pieces. Maybe I should stop sorting them by color. Like, a whole egg is just 90% salt. Water never tastes worse than when you were expecting Sprite. Yep. Why did the Frenchman only eat one egg? Because one egg is enough. I love that joke. That's one of my favorite jokes. I'm loving making homemade pesto pasta recently. Boatload of mayo, load of pesto, pre-cooked chicken, boatloads of pepper, and sweet corn. It's beautiful. That actually does sound really good. That does sound really good. This is gonna sound really weird, but I miss my college cooking days where you would just sort of throw stuff together and it would just be good, or you would just be hungry. Like those were peak culinary uphill right there. Is those days, the good old days. But now I have to rely on like cooking kits. Pay $54 to get what's supposed to be 2 meals but ends up being 6 meals for me because they're really big. But yeah, just throw whatever was cheapest in the pan, hope it works. There was it probably got canceled after like 2 episodes, but there was a cooking show made by Saturday Morning Breakfast cereal. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the comic SMBC, but the writers of that made a cooking show called hand to mouth or foot to mouth, hand to mouth. I think it was hand to mouth. Um, Riveting content. I can't remember the random YouTube series I watched 10 years ago. Um, but it was about making really cheap meals, like $0 meals, and that's where I learned the vegetables and egg trick for the ramen noodles. Because eggs are super cheap, frozen vegetables last forever, and ramen noodles are like 75 cents a piece. And it's really, really good when you combine them all together. It's just good. Just throw, okay, if it's 6 meals for 54, that's not bad, but two, that's daylight robbery. Yeah. So it's sold as, so here's the problem that I have with the meal kits is that none of them are for one person. Every meal kit like service that I've ever tried, it's always at least two people, up to like six people. Um, so this is 2 meals for two people. The smallest size they have is 2 meals per week for two people. Now I'm one person, so that's already 4 meals. But the portion sizes are really big. So it ends up being 6 meals for the week. The only problem is they come in on Tuesdays. And I can't cook on Tuesdays. So it's a weird scheduling thing for me. Ooh, this is confusing. Okay. What did I do wrong? Ah, nope, didn't do anything wrong. Just looking ahead. No brick separators in the chat this time. 2 meals per week. Who needs to eat more than twice a week? Sometimes I don't need to eat more than twice a day. So that's a thing. But I think that's like for people who are just getting started that don't cook every day, that like either already have stuff that they make easily at home or they just go out all the time, and this is like to encourage people to cook from home. But I've always, any meal kit that I get, I always order just the smallest portion, and it ends up lasting the whole week. Do I like leftovers? I do like leftovers, especially because I'm only having 2 different meals a week. I have to like leftovers. Um, However, I don't have a microwave at home, which makes preparing leftovers really difficult. So what ends up happening is I will make the food at home. That is a lot of blue. Spoiler alert, all this blue and yellow is internal. You don't see... Actually, no, you do see some of it. Um, but yeah, so I make the meal and I enjoy it fresh at home. And then I take it to work for the rest of the week. So yeah, I cook it, freeze it, or not freeze it, but refrigerate it, take it to work, and then I end up just eating at work. I have it for like a 3 o'clock or 4 o'clock lunch the rest of the time. Or I guess a 4 o'clock dinner, an early dinner. So it's good. It ends up working out. Because I only eat twice a day anyway. So it's like... yeah, it's my second meal of the day. No need to overcomplicate it. I have 2 meals a day. The fancy one is my second meal of the day. My first meal of the day is like a breakfast sandwich. A breakfast sandwich and a coffee. Started doing a CSA, and that's helped a lot, being more motivated to cook. What's the CSA again? I'm blanking on it. This is already starting to take shape. You can tell what this is. You can probably tell what it is. Community-supported agriculture. Ooh, community-supported agriculture, like the community gardens. That would definitely be a good motivator to cook. I think we were talking about that 2 streams ago. How like gardening and keeping track of your own plants and stuff, and then using those in the food that you make is like the best thing somebody can do for their health, for their mental health, and for, like you said, motivation, right? It's a really, really good idea. Yeah, that was 2 streams ago. I so I tried to go back and edit these streams. Tauntaun, that is what it's called. That's not how it's spelled. It's Auntaun. Tauntaun. Oh gosh, this is terrifying. What a terrifying face. We're gonna flesh this out a little bit. Let's put some skin on these bones. This one is a nonprofit that gets good from different farmers, but usually it's one farmer doing the CSA for their farm. Okay. So it's not something that you're like putting your work into, it's just like a community thing. I think that still has a similar benefit. That's more in line with what I was talking about in today's rant about Muslim TikTok, is that like community awareness. What was the TikTok that I saw? I saw there was an indigenous person. I forget their name. I think I followed them, but I forget their name. Who was talking about how Maslow's hierarchy of needs was taken from. Okay, that's much better. Much better. Was taken from the Blackfoot tribe. Like he did research with the Blackfoot tribe, and like peak Maslow's hierarchy of needs, like the top of the pyramid, or he used the phrase teepee, is when communities come together in the way that you're describing and just sort of share resources and share time. Like that's peak human experience according to the foundations of modern psychology. I just find that so fascinating. Da-da-da. It's cute now. It's cute now with the big eyes. Because he didn't know what he was doing. Well, okay, so the way that this TikToker made it sounded like he knew what he was doing when he stole the really good ideas from the Blackfoot people. Like, you can't be that, like, you can't be dumb and steal only the good ideas. I'm sure they had other good ideas that he didn't steal, but I don't know. That's something that I need to learn more about and look into. See, this is really nice. Are there Lego llamas? There are Lego llamas. I have I have Lego llamas actually with me currently. Let's put this guy down. He's so cute. Um Lego llama. He this one may still be at your local Lego store. This is from the I forget the name of it now. The not Vibes, Boombox, Lego something. But yeah, that's the Lego llama. There's also a minifigure that's a human in a llama costume. I try not to do community garden because we have to do a yard. We can grow a bit ourselves already. I'd rather save those spots for people without the yards. Yes, Lego Video. That's the one. No, not an anthropomorphic llama. Yes. I can't recall if there's like a brick built realistic llama. I just know about the video boombox because this guy's like the mascot for Lego Video, and then the minifigure in the llama costume. That's good, Chunks. It's good that you're saving space for people that actually need it. Not a lot of people do that, so I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not there. I'm not using garden space, but I appreciate it. Um, this one. This guy looks so much cuter in the instructions. So much cuter in the instructions. I wonder why. Okay, let's put him down for now. We're gonna go ahead and build the feet. Hydration check. I got the Lego water bottles making a comeback. I gotta figure out how to get alerts and sounds for like hydration check and posture check and stuff. I set it up, but it's not showing up. Do I need to, like, it's showing up? I don't know. There's no alert on screen. It helps when there's an alert on screen. If you want this bottle, you can get this bottle. This bottle is on lego.com. I don't know if they still have the grown-up sizes, but I think they still have the child sizes, which are about half as tall, but still the same, like, stud on top. Still the same stud on top. I feel like the guy that makes the custom brick heads. Like, yes, it has the Lego logo on it. It's a genuine Lego piece. You can see the logo right there. That guy sounds so frustrating. Not frustrating, frustrated. Welcome, Vita Mavin. Vita Maven? Vita. Welcome, Vita. Glad you can join us today. We are building ships. We have 6 Star Wars ships to get through, and we're starting off strong with the one that's not a ship. Okay. Let's see here. Alrighty. I said multiple things. Is it Marvin or Maven? Better one or better two? 16 pounds for a bottle. It's 16 pounds? I thought it was $16. I got this years ago. Maybe it went up in price. Okay, so one thing that, spoiler alert for the water bottle, I guess, that Lego brick is not compatible with anything. Like, if you get other lunch boxes or stuff like that, it's not compatible. Let me see if I can pull out. Oh, they're out of stock too. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I heard about that. Okay, so that would make sense. I'm surprised they updated that fast. So they have the lots of water ones and the little water ones, but they're sold out, at least in Canada. $12, 16 pounds. Wow, the pound really crashed, huh? Yeah. But if these studs like fit into lunch boxes or something, I don't know. I think that'd be pretty cool. But they don't do anything. However, I am in the market for a grown-up size Lego backpack. I know this isn't one, but I was looking at this. I was looking at this earlier today because this looks like a lot of fun. Yeah, pounds and dollars are pretty close right now. It kind of makes me wish that I went to London now instead of a few months ago. Yikes. Didn't it used to be like around 50 or 60? I don't know. I don't know anything about money, international monetary politics. Is that a fanny pack? You need a fanny pack. It is a fanny pack. My brother sent me a TikTok about it. I'll send it to you after the stream. But I couldn't get a good look at what size it is. It seems kid-sized. I don't know if this strap is gonna go all the way around my 32-inch waist. Maybe, maybe not. 1.3 liters, 2.5 inches high, 8 centimeters wide, 4 inches deep. Hmm. 4 inches is 11 centimeters deep. Do I know Brick Rigs? Not by name. Brick Rigs. I could get a strap extender. I could make a strap extender. Early access Steam game. It's a Lego Steam game. Right. It's a hip bag because it's European. Uh, no. What is Brick Rigs? Brick Rigs. It's a trucking game. It's a trucking game. Is this the one on Steam? Doesn't look very Lego. No, you did not tell me about the Lego necklaces you got on Etsy. What Lego necklaces did you get on Etsy? Can I guess? Can I guess if it's. This doesn't. I mean, it's not officially Lego, but it doesn't even look that much like. Okay, that part looked like Lego. Oh, the things fall apart like Lego. Okay. Interesting. Overwhelmingly positive reviews, very positive reviews. Early access. Hmm. For the same price, I could get a water bottle. Variety of bricks and experience the dynamic driving and destruction physics in a sandbox environment. Oh, okay. Upload your creations to the workshop, share them with the community. Multiplayer mode allows you to experience these physics together with your friends. Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and add this to my wish list. Which I need to sign in to do. And two-factor authentication. And then I'm gonna add this to my wish list. And if I have time to get into PC games, I'm gonna check that one out. Thank you so much for the suggestion. Okay, let's see this Etsy listing. Yes. Okay. When you said Lego necklace, I was thinking it was either going to be this one or the silicone ones. This one. Yes. I really like this. I don't think it should be, you know, 18 bucks. But it's fine. They're running a business, whatever. Um, Getting all the collectibles on Endor broke you. Yeah. Yeah. That one. Did you turn on the accessibility features like I said? Did you did you make sure that all the icons were on, all the tracking and stuff was on cuz that's what helped me through Endor. The one with the stars but red and my parents have the keychains. That's really cute. This is when I find a person to share a Lego heart with, this is number 1 on the list. For sure. I like this a whole bunch. I like this idea a whole bunch. Um, they used to have like official friendship bracelets that had that included these pieces that would attach to the bracelet so that you can like do it with your friends. I think I got one of those, but I don't know where it is. It's 18 for 2 though, so it's not bad. And it comes with the charm. No charm is 14 for 2. Yeah. That's okay. Okay, you can go to sleep. The icon trackers baffle my poor brain. I just set waypoints on the map working from the top and working down on the map. From the top and working down on the map. Yeah, that works too. The trackers get really, really annoying, and I forgot how to turn them off. But once you start like getting mini kits and missions and stuff, then it becomes easier to manage because there's only like 2 of those little reticules on your screen at any given time, as opposed to the 50 which was just, I did not like that. Did not like that at all. Um, okay, let's go back into building. I love these messages, these not messages, these necklaces, and I'm glad you got them. I think that's really cute that you have that to share. Now, step one: find someone who is willing to wear Lego jewelry. No luck in that yet. The kids at school, I love it. It looks like a plain Lego piece until you connect, so it's fun. Yeah, you know what? They had those pieces in the Pick a Brick Wall down in Orlando back when the pandemic first started. So I picked up a bunch of them. They were like black and dark gray, and I used them for mask connectors. Like, yes, they make a heart, but if you just like layer them on top of each other, they're great for keeping your mask off your ears. So that's what I use them for. So first step, safety. Second step, love. Maslow's TP of needs, right? Um, when I get to the missions and such, I'll do that, and then I'm doing the maps. I'll stick with the system. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, I got my first paid film scoring gig, and oh, that was so much fun. I loved working on that. Made £100 from it too. Nice. That's like 8 water bottles. My Steam name is, I think, the same as it is here. It is Akil.Benani. Same as it is here, just with a dot in between. I'm not on Steam at all. I don't remember the last time I opened it. Every few weeks, I get an email saying, hey, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is on sale. Do you still want to play it? Hey, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is still on sale. Do you still want to play it? Hey, Assassin's Creed Odyssey is on sale. Do you still want to play it? And I'm just like, no, man. I'm playing my Switch. 8 whole water bottles. Hey, speaking of Negasonic getting employed, did y'all see Negasonic's upload today? Can I put them on blast again? Because they did a I forget what the word for it, rescoring. What is it? A rescoring? A rescoring of that scene from when Rey is handing Luke the Jedi, the lightsaber. Rey is handing Luke the lightsaber in Star Wars. Rescoring. Yes, it was very nice. I think it was very impactful. I don't remember. I don't remember the original music, so I'm not comparing it to anything. But on its own, it's really good. In 2 weeks, fantastic. I logged into my work computer today, and I'm like, thank you for the follow, Final Biologic. Welcome, welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Well, you've been here for a while, but still, it's still nice to have you here. Yeah, I got to work today, and I'm like, I'm really not in the mood. Let me put on some good music. Open up YouTube. First thing there, Alex Rooney uploaded 13 minutes ago. So I'm like, all right, time to give this a listen, and it put me in a good mood. Until I actually went through and checked my emails, and then I was in a bad mood again. So it was good. The music worked. I'd also done that 2 months ago, forgotten about it for ages. I love how far ahead I am on uploads right now. Hey, that's good. I think you mentioned that in the, I think you put that in the text of the video too, so I'm glad I got to hear it today. I needed it today. Look at that little foot. It's got little toes. Okay. Foot number 2. It's crazy how different like my mood is when I'm at work versus when I'm here with you guys on Tuesdays. It's just like hunched over, looking at spreadsheets. Yes, I do know the Ultimate Collector series. I don't have any of the Ultimate Collector series, but I know of them. And one of my brothers collects them. They got a TIE fighter for free. Kind of. Partially for free, partially because of me. Because I designed a Lego set for the company that he was working for, and because I because I was working for Lego at the time, or I was still technically employed for Lego at the time, I couldn't sell them the set itself. I could only sell them the instructions. So they had to buy the set, and so my brother ended up purchasing the set, and it cost so much that he got enough VIP points to get a TIE fighter, a UCS TIE fighter, just on points alone. The Star Destroyer from that in BR with 7,000 bricks. Wow, okay. Until a month ago, I was writing things and releasing them the same 2 weeks. Then I took a break for a date. And then I got miles ahead and wrote a boatload of stuff in that month, and I'm still releasing that stuff. That's good. That's called a backlog, and that's important. 300-hour work? You spent 300 hours on the Death Star? Also, when I release rescores, releasing the scene and then just the score back-to-back really helps. Like rewatching the scene? Yeah, that's what I figured. I was at work, so I'm like, I'm not gonna watch Star Wars. 300 hours of work. That's a lot. That's a lot of work. I don't think I've ever spent that much time on a Lego set. The biggest Lego set I've ever built is the Disney castle behind me. And that, well, you guys watched that. That was on stream. That was like what, 10 hours maybe? And then the Superstar Destroyer I built with my brothers, that was the second biggest, or that was the biggest until I built the Disney castle. That took 28 hours combined. So 300 is like, that's a long time. I hope you enjoyed every minute of that 300 hours. I released the scene with my score, and then the next upload date, it's just the music. Oh, okay. So is that what's coming out in 2 weeks, or is that coming out before? Is 2 weeks like your next score? Weird hand motion there. Like, what am I getting in 2 weeks? Speaking of getting, our Tauntaun. Is that the sound that Tauntauns make? Hold on, I gotta look that up. What sound do Tauntauns make? Tauntaun sound. Ah. Luke. That's the sound that Tauntauns make. Luke. Luke. Gotcha. Isolated score.
Then you will go to the Dagobah system. Dagobah system. There you will learn from Yoda, the Jedi Master who instructed me. And
oh, that's close. That's close. Okay, no more VOD. I played way too much of Star Wars. But I was close with the sound. That's probably a real animal somewhere. Probably a combination of animals. Okay, so there's our Tauntaun, and this is the minifigure that we picked. It is someone real angry. Could be Luke, could be someone else. So we're going to put that guy on our Tauntaun. And catch up on chat. Okay, so the score is coming out in 2 weeks in isolation. Perfect. That'd be good for listening. Did you know that I want to build that 1-to-1? But I don't know the mass of them. Like a taunt? You want to build a one-to-one tauntaun? Aren't they like 7 feet tall? That's way too big. All right, there. He's standing. I don't know. I guess if I take these out, there we go. There we go. Tauntaun. Okay. And there's a little lightsaber holder as well. Impressive. I got a message a few days ago from my brother who was building the Inquisitor. No worries, take your time. Who's building the Inquisitor ships? He's like, oh, it's so cool. They have a spot to put the lightsabers. Well, this tauntaun also has a spot to put your lightsaber, so it's not, you know. Oh, one-to-one Star Destroyer. The mass of a Star Destroyer. I'm sure that's in a wiki somewhere. Because I know the Super Star Destroyer is 19 kilometers long, which is just way too big. Way too big to be built out of Lego. Okay, easy. Star Destroyer is, let's get back here. A Star Destroyer is 1,600 meters long, 5,200 feet long. The Superstar is 19 kilometers long. Right? That's too big. That's way too big. Victory Star Destroyer, Star Wars Legends. Oh, this is from Legends, so you know it's not true. Yeah. 1.5 kilometers long. Sith Star Destroyer, Mega Star Destroyer, Resurgent Star Destroyer, Super Star Destroyer. They're Star Destroyer, Super Star Destroyer size maybe? No, not Lego. Super Star Destroyer size. Has on the UCS the scale. Okay, if my mod's still in the chat, he can check the scale because he's got the plaque for the UCS Superstar Destroyer. That would say the scale on it. But 1-to-1 scale, a 12-mile long Lego thing is just ridiculous. We can't do 1-to-1. Scale Lego. What scale is the Lego Star Destroyer? 1/30th scale. Okay. Yeah, so a Lego Star Destroyer is 1/30th. I don't think 1-to-1 is possible. If you'd like, I can put the Dropbox links for the track I'll be releasing in a month in the chat. I finished it today. It is quite fun and actiony and very modern sounding. Hey, if you're comfortable doing that, go ahead. I would love to hear it. I'm sure everybody else here would love to hear it. However, as a content creator, I also know the importance of like content and schedules, and it's too late. You already posted it. I'm going to give it a listen, and so is everybody else. If you don't want people to hear it, you got to tell me right now. Just like the Star Wars one from today, huh? Remember yesterday on TikTok when I said things sound like industrial or things look industrial and dehumanizing? That's what this soundtrack is so far. I hope that's what you were going for. It is very. This is already just sort of grinding my bones. Muted again. Yeah, so I thought they did have a Tantive for UCS, but it's like super old. It was like the second or third UCS. But brick rigs, normally when you're building with Lego, you just count the studs because that's the easiest way to count. So if something is, you know, 2 studs long, if you have one of these, if you have one of these, then you just replace this with a plate that is 30 by 60 studs. And then that's how you get the 1-to-1 scale, I guess. Right? A 1x2 becomes a 30 by 60, and a 2x4 becomes a 60 by 120, and then the thickness, this is like one plate, this needs to be, 30 times as thick, so like 10 bricks thick. that's how you got to calculate it. Welcome, William. Glad to have you. Let's run the ad. Thanks for the ad reminder. But while we're doing that, I'm also going to pull the next minifig. So people who are watching the ad just don't know which minifig we're going to build next. For those of you who are just joining, we're building mystery ships. Yeah, 420,000 bricks. That's what it's going to be. And the next build from the bag is going to be... Ooh, okay. It's going to be this ship that nobody knows about. Keep switching screens because of the numbers. All right, let's get the building instructions up. Yeah, save 3,000 hours of work. Yeah. Yeah, the UCS Star Destroyer, the one out of the box, is 1 to 30th scale. So if you want it, you just multiply everything by 30, and then you got it. I did want to look up the Tantive 4. That's gameplay, not gameplay. Building. Okay. Tantive 4. UCS. Okay. Is it a UCS? They have a big one. It's not a UCS. They have this one, which is big, but not UCS. It's big. It's not minifigure scale either, but I guess that's what I was thinking of. Not a UCS. Yeah. Not a UCS. It does come with Bail Organa, which makes it a win, right? Build a hangar and all the TIE fighters too. Have I seen the UCS for this year? The UCS Razor Crest is the one for this year, right? Final Biologic. Every time you say you want to build something that big, I keep forgetting that you're talking about brick rigs. I keep forgetting that you're talking about the game. So it's like, you want to build stuff that's way too big. A bit pointless. I mean, that seems a bit extreme. I don't think it's pointless. I think everybody, even though it's not in the show anymore, I think people still really like the Razor Crest. I still like it. I think it's a cool looking ship. I think it's the closest we're going to get to Firefly also. If I have been doing these Star Wars workbooks with Nicola for school, and Luminar Unduli is in it. Nice! She doesn't get around much as far as like media is concerned. Okay, we're gonna start with this chonky piece. Throw your bets in the chat. What is the age limit on this Lego set? The Razor Crest is a great ship, and I kind of wish they didn't blow it up and then give him a silver Naboo ship in a spin-off show. You know, honestly, I wish he just wasn't in the spin-off show. That would have been a lot easier. I like I like the Do I like the Naboo ship? I like that they had fan service, the fan service to put in a Naboo ship. I think they could have gotten away with not doing that though. I think it would have been fine if they didn't do that. But because it hasn't been like 20 years since the Razor Crest came out, and they're already releasing a UCS, I feel like the Razor Crest is going to make a comeback. That's my prediction. I feel sorry for people who didn't watch Boba Fett and watch Mando at S3. Book of Boba Fett was Mando Season 3. Let's be real. The Book of Boba Fett was not a Book of Boba Fett. It was Mando Season 3. I have seen all of Clone Wars. I've seen all of Clone Wars twice. It was a long time ago, and the first time I watched it when it was on TV, like live, so I don't remember everything, but I have seen all of Clone Wars. Someone in the reviews was mad because they couldn't recognize, but the UCS Razor Crest has so many Easter eggs. Like, how do you not watch the show and understand anything that's going on? That's so weird. That's so weird. But what else could be a good UCS set though? Well, obviously the Tantive V4. That's a good UCS set. Since apparently there isn't one. I want to see a UCS N1 with the yellow and the chrome. I think that would be cool. A UCS Sith Infiltrator. I don't think they've made one of those yet. That would also be cool. And then, so here's something that I don't know. I don't know if UCS is limited to Star Wars only. Because if they could do it for other stuff, I'd like to see UCS. Was the Batman Tumbler a UCS set? Hold on, I gotta look this up. I should know this. I worked there when the Batman Tumbler came out. Batman Tumbler. It's DC. It is not UCS. Okay. Well, let's look it up right now. Ultimate Collectors Series. So it looks like UCS is limited to Star Wars, but it is not, and it is limited to ships. So I guess, okay, so if it's Star Wars, then it's Ultimate Collector Series, and if it's Harry Potter, then it's Collector's Edition. That's the sort of nomenclature that they're using. So we have a Collector's Edition Hogwarts Express, which I think is probably very popular, despite everything. We have our UCS AT-AT, our Land Speeder, our Millennium Falcon, Star Destroyer, Republic Gunship, everyone's favorite, and the Razor Crest. UCS Titanic is one of the biggest sets in the LEGO universe. UCS is not only Star Wars. Yeah, I think UCS is just the branding that the Star Wars sets use. It's that little gold badge in the corner of the box that says Ultimate Collector Series. Whereas the Titanic, I believe, is Icons. Yes, the Titanic is Icons. So if we're looking at our Icon series, we have the Coliseum, the Lion's Castle, Loop Coaster, the Atari, the Chevrolet Camaro, the Galaxy Explorer, Barcelona, Santiago, Real Madrid, sorry. And then we have our modulars. So this has all the fixins of a UCS, but it's not technically UCS because I guess UCS is just Star Wars. This guy has all the fixins of UCS, but he's icons. And icons started this year, right? It was adults only before that, I think. Yeah. DeLorean has all the fixins of a UCS, but that's an icons. Yeah. I think it's just the branding thing. So UCS, I'm trying to think of like what Star Wars ships do I really want to see? I mean, Ghost. I don't think the Ghost would sell well as a UCS set, but it would be cool. It'd be cool to see. I want to see more colorful ships. Right? I want to see a UCS Y-wing with that bright yellow. I want to see the N1 with that bright yellow and that chrome. I want to see that Ghost with the orange. Even a UCS First Order TIE Fighter that just has the... It's not adults only, is it? It's adults welcome. It's adults welcome. I keep messing that up. Freudian slip. But okay, here's our body. But yes, icons sounds a lot better. I think I've made a video about this as well. I think the reason that they went for adults welcome is because they wanted to keep their primary demographic as children, right? So the branding behind adults welcome is IPv2C. What is IPv2C? The ventilator? That can't be right. Oh, okay. I've seen this before. This is from the Clone Wars, right? Not sponsored by CIBC. Not sponsored by CIBC. This guy. Home 1, that could be a UCS set. Yep. Home 1 would be... That would be tough. That would be tough as a Lego set. That's a lot of round. Who used this one? Tarkin's personal ship. Okay. See, because you said IPv2C, and this is what comes up. It's a ventilator. So yes, this would be cool. You can make this out of Lego. Make a UCS ventilator. Probably doesn't work, but it'd be cool. Put it in like hospital decorations or something. Okay, so I've had a slightly different experience than Negasonic. And yeah, I don't want to discount your experience. I'm just saying that I've had a different one. But in my experience, the adult fans of Lego who are shopping with their kids do not build with their kids. They get something for themselves, a 16 plus set back when I worked there, and they get something for their kids, and then they go to separate rooms and then they build it separately, right? So I think adults welcome is just saying, like, having the branding of adults welcome is just saying, hey, we know this is a kid thing, grown-ups can play with it too, which is a good message, right? But then, at least in North America, that message was wildly misinterpreted. Wildly misinterpreted. The Wolf Special Operator Troops? Like the Walker? You're dropping deep Star Wars lore and I can't keep up. Too many tabs, too many tabs, too many tabs. Okay, back to the instructions. Yeah, so that yeah, so it's saying, hey, this is still for kids, but grown-ups can participate too, right? And my whole message on my TikTok channel is, yes, grown-ups can participate too, but it would be cool if you participated the same way that children participate. That would be a cool way to participate in this thing. I probably put that wing in the wrong place. Anyways, nope, I didn't. But then that got wildly misinterpreted, and it became, oh, Lego is for adults now. The customers thought, oh, Lego is for adults now. So they're catering to us. We're their primary demographic now, and we're going to just ruin it. Just like adults ruin everything for children. Right? We're going to ruin Lego the same way we ruin Santa Claus. You know Glub Shido in 69 BBY, he sold death sticks from the Razor Crest type ship, and one of his customers was Darth Revan. Is that one of the Easter eggs in the UCS? This one is not the Mandalorian ship. But I have a feeling in a few seconds you will be able to tell exactly what ship it is. Yeah. So then I think that's why they changed to Lego icons. I saw a video, I think I talked about it in the last stream, but I saw this video about the Winter Village, and somebody was complaining about it, saying that it was so terrible that they had play elements in an icon set in the Winter Village set. Like it's dollhouse style, so it's super like detailed and stylized in the front, open play area in the back, right? Just like every other Winter Village set. And this grown person was so angry. Can we tell what it is now? Can we tell? That's way too far. Yeah, I think we can tell what that is now. Yes, over a Lego set that one didn't even come out yet. He was complaining about the promotional imagery because it had play features, and it's like, yeah, this is a Lego set that, according to the promotional imagery, which was a mother building it with her child, this is a Lego set that a grown-up is supposed to share with their child, right? And he got mad. Yeah, I think that guy's over it now. All right, we know whose ship this is. Hint, hint, you can find it at the edge of the galaxy. No? Okay. All good. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not. It is a named character. It is only available as a mock. Yeah. I don't think they've ever done a Y-Wing as a UCS. They've barely done a Y-Wing as a minifigure scale one. Then there's Space Latinos. This is Poe Dameron's X-Wing. Not a microfighter. A lot bigger than a microfighter. It is the guy from Moon Knight. Yes. It is Moon Knight's X-Wing. I like this a lot. I'm going to keep this one on my desk. This one's going to replace the fire truck after the stream today. That's pod racer sounds, but this is the Lego 4 Plus set. which is why it's so chonky. And there, you can't. Okay, so the instructions say to put the full BB-8 in the back, but like, I don't know. I thought I could get away with just the head, but look how tiny that head is. Look how tiny that head is. X-Wing is the spectacularest set in Star Wars. Everybody knows it. I know it as well, but I was waiting for a blue X-Wing. So, blue X-Wing. That's mine. Right, he did have the black and orange one too. I forget which movie is which, but he has his blue X-Wing in episode 7, I think? Or does it get blown up in episode 7? I don't know. I haven't seen episode 7 since it was in theaters. But no, this is I might have a picture of it actually. In Galaxy's Edge, this is the X-Wing that's parked outside of Rise of the Resistance. And ever since I saw it, I loved it. Yeah, that makes sense. I think this is the one that gets blown up. Or gets to Batu. Alright, so that's the X-Wing. Let's do another minifigure pull. And while we're pulling that minifigure, so that people who aren't subscribed don't know what we're pulling, I'm going to run another ad break. I think the black and orange ones should be black and purple to give he's purple leader. Is he purple leader? I didn't know that. I hate that I have Lego 6 or 7 versions of the Snow Rebel Speeder. But, I mean, it's a popular ship. And also the building techniques have changed significantly between ships. So I'm going to go ahead and run this ad break. I can't run this ad break yet. I'm going to go ahead and do this minifigure pull. And purple leader, aka leader of the red and blue squad. That works. Even having a red and blue X-Wing would have worked then. But yeah, purple would have been cool. I don't know why they didn't do that. Okay, so pulling the minifigure, and we have... Okay. Time to switch trays. Actually, you guys can look at what the minifigure is, because it's not the pilot of the ship. This is the ship that doesn't have a pilot. So it's me. The minifigure is me. Alrighty. Because that would require someone activating one of their braid cells, and that would be difficult. I mean, blue plus red equals purple is something that you learned in kindergarten, so yeah. I'm always good for ship diversity. As you can tell by yesterday's videos, I'm a huge fan of ship diversity. Not a fan of the opposite of that. What is my favorite sets in Lego? My favorite Lego series is the Architecture Skylines. I have every single Architecture Skyline. They're just so much fun to build. I love the micro builds, which is why I'm doing micro fighters today. But they're just heaps of fun. Absolute heaps of fun. So, we're going to go to... check the instructions. And we're going to pull up those instructions. I love the architecture. My number one favorite set is a set that's exclusive to the Lego house in Billund, which I don't have with me here. It's in Florida. But you can watch the Lego manufacturing process. Negasonic, please share your thought. I'm going to finish up this story and then so type it out. You can watch the Lego brick manufacturing process. They have a Lego mold machine in the lobby of the Lego house that you can see happen. So basically, you watch the plastic get melted down, go through the tubes, go into the injection mold. It makes bricks. Bricks pop out, cool down on a conveyor belt, and then you see the package machine wrap the bag around them and seal off the bags, and then you get it. You get a pack of 6 fresh Lego bricks. So I have that. That is my number one favorite Lego set because it's just 6 fresh bricks, never touched by anyone because I watched it get made. And I haven't even opened up the package. Package is still sealed. I ended up getting 2. One is the Lego bricks that I watched get made. Yes, 6 red 2x4 bricks. And then the other one is a pack of 6 red 2x4 Duplo bricks. And that one got shuffled up in my bag on the way home from Billund. So that one got opened. Those bricks sort of fell everywhere in my bag. But the Lego one is still unopened, still untouched by human hands. That is my number one favorite Lego set. But my favorite series is the Architecture Skylines. Catching up on chat, Venator class Star Destroyer. That's a good one. That's a big one. Then the Republican Cruiser. Okay. I like the Republic Cruiser. I wanted to continue the videos that I made yesterday and bring up the Republic Cruiser specifically because there's a very specific difference between the Republic Cruiser and the Star Destroyer that completely changed the whole context of what those ships mean. But I don't want to invite people who are defending bad guys from Indiana Jones anymore, so I'm just not going to make that video. Republic have A6 Juggernaut, Clone Turbo Tank Republic Venator class Star Destroyer Republic Cruiser. You need some commas. Okay. You could argue that the Separatists would be the Star Wars alt-right, but they feel more alt-left than alt-right. They do feel more alt-left. It is the red. It is. I'm talking about the red cruiser. Yeah. So I haven't seen Andor, and people are hinting that there is an alt-right in Andor, but there's got to be characters in Rebels. I feel like Rebels is the most likely to have an alt-right out of any of the Star Wars series so far, but I've only seen it once. So I can't think of any off the top of my head. I feel like if we look at people who are like in the alt-right in real life, I feel like they would pick Thrawn as somebody being alt-right. But it's not. Like Thrawn is the ship not if I see a picture of the Juggernaut, I will know what it looks like. Unless you're talking about the X-Men, in which case I know what he looks like. So let me see what the Juggernaut looks like real quick. Because yes, I do know what the Juggernaut is. I don't remember where it's from, but it's just a bigger version of the other one. Kuha Drive Yards is just behind everything, isn't it? Yeah, okay, I'm familiar with the Juggernaut. Do you know the Moman in Kenobi? He gives me alt-right vibes. So, yeah, when we look at the alt-right in real life, I think there's sort of 2 categories that we need to look at. There are the pundits, who are the ones who are speaking, the ones who are who are delivering the rhetoric, and there are people who are receiving the rhetoric, right? The Mole Man from Kenobi is the type of person who would buy into that, despite his best interests, which happens to a lot of people. There are no online instructions for the set that I'm about to build, so I have to pull out the paper instructions. Don't look. Because that's the thing about the alt-right, is that they convince you to go against your best interests, and we see that with the Mole Man from Kenobi, right? He is blindly loyal to an entity that does not serve him. Yeah, it's not on the Lego website. I'm looking at it right now. I see the product, the bag, and there's no instructions. So paper instructions it is. Good thing I kept these, huh? But yeah, so like that's who Moment is. So technically part of the pipeline, but he's fallen down the pipeline as opposed to, creating the pipeline. It is really dark in here. I need to turn on another light. Have a separate light just for the instructions so I can tell apart the black from the dark gray. My most underrated ship in Star Wars. The background ships. The Corellian transport ship, I think, is underrated. That's that's something that I want to see in Star Wars. I want to see a Corellian star. This is dumb. I want to see a Corellian transport ship used for Corellian transport. Like the Millennium Falcon's cool. Millennium Falcon's cool, but Millennium Falcon's also heavily modified. I want to see it unmodified, off the shelf. Um, and then just any ship where it's like that's weird. That's a weird looking ship. Like Count Dooku's ship that flies with solar sails. I think that's pretty cool. Oddly familiar to some people in the UK government. Oddly familiar to some people in the US government too. Oddly familiar to Canadians who aren't allowed to be racist up here, so they go down to the States to be racist there instead. Um, yeah. Dooku's ship is very cool. Separatist Malevolence. The Malevolence? You think the Malevolence is underrated? The Malevolence got a 3-episode arc in Clone Wars. Wasn't it the first arc in Clone Wars? It set the tone for literally the entire series. I think that's kind of a big deal. But no, I see where you're coming from. It was like a very powerful ship. It had very concussive uh, a very concussive blaster on it, and then we just never saw or heard about it ever again, or that technology ever again, which is kind of sad. Love the weird animal. Yeah, Grievous ships looks like an eagle. It's so cool. Yeah, so anything that like looks goofy, I feel like people keep forgetting that in Star Wars or like in space in general, you don't need to be aerodynamic. Right? If you are building your ships in space and keeping them in space, they don't need to be aerodynamic. So the Death Star remembers this because it's a sphere. It's not the most aerodynamic thing. It's not going anywhere fast. Well, I mean, it does. It has hyperspace, but it doesn't need to go anywhere fast. I forgot to turn on the build cam. Silly me. Um, but yeah, anything that gets real goofy with it, I'm a huge fan of that. So here's what we're building so far. Looks kind of like a tauntaun, not gonna lie. All right, put that down. Yeah. What was I talking about? I forgot. But yeah, I got so many. The Death Star is also weird gravity, like the way the Death Star gravity works hurts my brain. Yeah, it's not that kind of movie. To quote George Lucas, it's not that kind of movie. I think I made, I think 2 videos about Death Star gravity and how like this is the way it works. Don't think about it too much, but also if we were to apply our own physics, this is how it could work. Um, but still don't think about it too much because it's just don't think about it too much. It's not that kind of movie. When did he say that? He said that to Mark Hamill because they were filming like scenes in episode 4 out of order, and they got out of the trash compactor, and Mark Hamill's like, well, we're filming the scene after the trash compactor. Shouldn't we be wet? Shouldn't my hair be wet? And George Lucas is like, it's not that kind of movie. Separatist Frigate is so Fame and Lego don't have a set of them. We have so yeah, yeah. I feel like it's more of that good guys bad guys dynamic that I was talking about months ago, where and I should probably talk about again, where when you have the bad guy stuff, it leaves an opportunity for real life bad guys to connect with it and feel validated. So I totally understand why Lego doesn't want to promote that, right? Why they don't want to make too much Empire stuff and wants to focus more on Republic stuff, wants to focus more on Rebel stuff, because like the example that I used in my video was about Lego Indiana Jones, which is if you have the bad guys from Indiana Jones and they look like the bad guys from Indiana Jones, whether they're the good guys or bad guys or not doesn't matter, because now real life bad guys have representation and they're going to rally around your thing and feel really good about it. And the last thing we want is for the bad guys from Indiana Jones to feel good about something. So that's my hypothesis as to why things are the way they are. Obviously, could be wrong. Almost definitely, probably wrong. Most of the sets are from the Empire, but not that many from the Separatists. I feel like the Separatists, we don't know a lot about the Separatists. If you're just watching the movies and TV shows, we don't know a lot about the Separatists. And I think the story kind of keeps them in shadow for a reason. The reason being, draw your own conclusions about who the Separatists are, right? Like we were talking about the Empire, it's very on the nose. The aesthetics of the Empire were lifted whole cloth from the bad guys from Indiana Jones, the real ones. I don't know if I'm allowed to say these words on Twitch, so I'm still self-censoring. But where was I going with that? So it's like these are bad guys, and they are made out of these real life bad guys and should be treated as such. Whereas the Separatists, some people are like, oh, they're like the Confederacy. They are called the Confederacy in Star Wars. And some people are like, oh, they're this miscellaneous bad guy, that miscellaneous bad guy. So I think it's really just, playing it as safe as possible by not having too much of them. Also, we don't see a lot of them, right? So how are we supposed to know what they look like, right? A ship that appears for a few seconds flying away in one scene in Clone Wars is not going to be as popular as a ship that's like the main character in The Mandalorian, right? Where the Mandalorian lives for an entire season. Or the Republic ships that we see over and over and over and over again in Clone Wars. We can play Rebels versus Imperial, but you can't have really fun with Separatists versus the Republic. Yeah, you just need a bunch of droid battle packs. Because that's what we see in Clone Wars as well, right? Most of the time that we see the Separatists is just droids getting taken down. Why do they want to separate? Because most of the sets from the Empire and not that many from the Separatists. What I find really blech, that the sequels basically had the same aesthetic for the First Order as the Empire. I kind of wish they could take a different direction and have more fun with the different vibes from them. Yeah, I've made a few videos about this. I think during Star Wars month as well. So you're gonna hear me repeat myself. That Star Wars is a product of its time, and the reason why the bad guys in the sequels are a cheap imitation of the bad guys from the original trilogy is because in real life the bad guys are a cheap imitation of the bad guys from the original trilogy, right? It's that group versus the Neo that group. So obviously the aesthetics are going to be the same. It is a little bit more extreme. It is a little bit more whimsical. I think that was, them pushing their artistic limits. I agree with that. Not everybody does. But yeah, I think it's indicative of the culture in which those movies were released. They could have lifted the vibe from a different fascist organization from history. Maybe the Chinese actually not so bad idea. Insert fascist society here. I don't think they could have. I think I think it's important that the bad guys from the sequels are wannabe bad guys from the original Tridge. I think that's important to the story. Now I could be wrong. I'm wrong about lots of stuff, but I think that's the vibe that they were going for, and I think they succeeded in that. Negasonic in with the correct guess. It is an ATST. Brick separators in the chat. I also messed this up, so. Such a Lego set 8019, and it's so stupid because they can put a Commander Stone in this. Jabba's Palace, you see it. I don't think we're ever going to get another Jabba's Palace. After what happened last time, I don't think we're going to get another one. Even the Boba Fett Palace is very risky. They had to change a lot of things between the sets so that it simply just doesn't resemble Jabba's Palace anymore because they got in trouble for it. 8019 with Jar Jar Binks. Clone Commander Stone. Okay, let me look up 8019. I don't know. Oh, I don't even remember this ship from anything. I don't remember this ship. They're red. They're TIE fighters with a splash of red. But yeah, I think that served the story well. Like the aesthetics of the Empire in the original trilogy were lifted directly from the Nazis. I'm just gonna say it. I can't post these anyway. Is lifted directly from the Nazis. So it makes sense from a North American context, which is Star Wars' primary demographic, that the Neo Empire is a cheap knockoff of the original Empire, right? So having copy their TIE fighters, but a little bit goofy, and copying their Star Destroyers, but a little bit goofy, and copying the Star Destroyer, but made out of the scraps of the mining operation of the previous Star Destroyer, I think that adds a lot of meaning and cultural nuance to the story. I think it does. And if you look at what's happening in Italy right now, yeesh. There wasn't a copyright thing. One of the government organizations, like cultural sensitivity organizations in Turkey, got really, really, really mad at the Lego Jabba's Palace set. And they claimed that that Lego Jabba's Palace was an insensitive copy of Ottoman architecture. So things like the Suleymaniye Mosque, the Hagia Sophia, like those sort of flat domes and wide minarets that you see in Istanbul. So they got really, really mad at Lego, and there were protests, and there were angry letters, and there were petitions and stuff saying, take this off the market. You have like this domed minaret building that has gangsters and slaves and hookah pipes inside. Get rid of it. So Jabba's Palace was actually canceled early. Doesn't happen often, but it was canceled because of the backlash. So if you look at the Boba Fett Palace, the recent one that came out, it's pared down the domes, it's pared down the minarets, it's taken away the things that would make it seem Muslim-y, so that group doesn't get mad anymore. They got mad at Lego because Lego was producing the set, right? It was top of mind. It was in the news. Yeah, I'm sorry for reminding you, Negasonic. Um, how the Millennium has destroyed three of them that easy. Yeah, terrifying scene. Like I said, it sets the whole thing. Uh, the land speeder for Luke is neither Imperial nor Republic. It's during the Imperial era, but it's its own thing, sort of. It's more of an individual ship, and that's going back to your original question. The underrated ships are the individual ones. The land speeder, not so much as far as Lego is concerned, because there's like 10 of them, or like 4 of them, but still. The pod racers. The pod racers are peak Star Wars ship. Because one, the power coupling and the cables, utter nonsense. Utter nonsense. It's great. I love it. But also, every single one was a unique character, told a unique story. Huge fan of that. Huge fan of that. Cheese slopes. Here are the cheese slopes. There are other things apart from Republican Imperial. Yeah, there's also independent stuff. The UK government is about 2 steps away from being straight up fascist. They're most certainly an elitist death cult right now, to put it lightly. Yeah. Unfortunately, it seems like a lot of places are going that way. Like US, obviously, UK, obviously, Italy. The Italians are very proud of their newfound fascism. But also places like Brazil and India, Pakistan, some issues in West Africa as well. Australia is going down that rabbit hole every few months. It's, it seems like an inevitability. And people get really mad when I talk about it on TikTok. Like, oh, your biases are showing. And I'm like, yeah, my biases are anti-fascist. It's not my problem. The entire world is turning to fascism. It'd be cool if we didn't, but like, I don't have control over that. What is the best Lego ATTE set? The first one? I have nostalgia for the first one. The one with it had the light up Jedi, and it was real clunky. I have nostalgia for that one. It's the only one that I've actually played with. Because I played way back in the day when I couldn't afford Lego sets, but I had friends that could. So I like that one. And I also, when Revenge of the Sith came out, there was a Lego animation with just the creepiest characters. Let me see if I can find it actually. Because if I had to suffer through it, you did too. You do too. It is. Let's look at this. Did you see that? Did you see that face? Like, What is that? this was this was officially licensed. This was promoted by Lego. So anyway, my favorite ATT is because of stuff like this. I don't even, now that I'm thinking about it, the ATT isn't even part of this. Isn't even part of this, but like patently ridiculous. Droids are fine. I also think this is the first time that I saw throwing a lightsaber in Star Wars, which would like absolute game changer. Let's find out what they did to Kenobi. Like this would never fly with Disney. Disney would never let this happen. Like hold on. One more thing. Hold on. Look at that human face. That human face on Yoda. Okay, yes, the ATTE. You know what? I was confusing this cartoon with the scene from Clone Wars, I think the movie, where they are walking up the side of the ship. Not the ship, the side of the cliff. That's a good scene. There's AT-RT, I think. Utterly terrifying. Now, granted, this was like a small independent studio, and they were like probably one of their first big contracts. Alongside this, they also animated a Phantom of the Opera prequel, which I never ended up watching. Yeah. See, the non-humans are mostly okay, except for Yoda. Like, Chewie's fine. I'm assuming that's Chewie. But, like, the people? Droids are fine. They're not Lego, but they're fine. These guys are fine. Okay, despite the animation, that's a really good joke. As one of your first big contracts, and you don't submit it, you close the business and burn any evidence of existence to it. This part's pretty good though. Can't mess this part up. Look at the little timpani player. He's so cute. That's a good meme. That's a good meme. Okay. Yeah. That's the thing is like the animation was fine. The composition was fine. The effects were fine. Movement was fine. The character design. The character design was just awful. Just awful. The human faces were def a choice. And I'm gonna. That guy that was on Adam Savage's show that did the realistic minifigure mask, I'm gonna traumatize my chat again for the second time. Frank Ippolito. Frank Ippolito. That's the guy. The guy that made this. Trigger warning, I guess. He consulted on the character's design for that animation for sure. 100%. I'm going to blame all of this on Frank Ippolito. All right. Hot Take Tuesday. Ice Cap whipped cream is better than Frappuccino whipped cream. You did come back at the wrong time. You came back at the very wrong time. I promise it was in context, but ooh, you came back at the wrong time. All right, we're gonna put these spindly little legs on this ATST. I don't even think this is an ATST. I don't have the packaging anymore. I'd have to look at the instructions. This feels like it's not. It might be a first order ATST, but it doesn't look like an actual ATST. See, Gollum's not that bad. Gollum is not that bad. Gollum, like, with the animation, with the movement, with the eyes, like, a little bit out of the uncanny valley, but this is just, ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Past the unsee juice. Glad I made it today. I'm glad you made it too. We are building microfighters. So we have 6 microfighters to build, or 6 small ships to build. I might just build, this might be the last one, and I'll do the rest of them next week, because it's getting kind of late for, it's 7:30, but it feels like it's midnight. We've built this Tauntaun already. And we've built Moon Knight's X-Wing. Moon Knight's first X-Wing that gets blown up. Yeah, Gollum actually looks good. And upon my annual rewatch, Gollum still holds up. Still holds up pretty well. Better than other effects at the time. They have a product, Gollum before Gollum was born. They have a what? Can you try that again? I don't quite understand what you're saying. Also, having the same actor play him pre and post Starvation in a Cave plus Curse of the Ring, that definitely helps. Looks better than he does in The Hobbit. He does. I think they cheaped out a little bit on the CGI in The Hobbit in general. But yeah, I mean nothing else to say on that front. They did cheap out on the effects a little bit. The Hobbit, I feel like they just sort of rushed to get it out the door and cut corners along the way, which is super unfortunate, but what can you do? This is on backwards. Backwards. He looks... So I don't know if they did this on purpose, but he looks shinier in The Hobbit than he does in Lord of the Rings. I don't know if it's because he's supposed to be like 70 years younger or anything. Yeah, the orcs are terrible. One thing I will not forgive The Hobbit for is having CGI orcs and goblins. If they had done practical effects for the whole thing, it would have been so much better. Practical effects do not age. Like even the Tauntaun clip that we watched earlier, that was a stop motion Tauntaun and it looked great. In the year of our Lord 1444, it looked great. Oh well. CGI, like the artistry of CGI is insane. Like seeing what people can do with it. But the quality of CGI in a movie always comes down to budget. It comes down to budget and time, and those are the first things to be sacrificed, right? And that's what makes it so sad, really. Because, like, the artists are working on it. The artists are great artists most of the time. And it takes so much skill and talent to get the terrible stuff that we see. And if you're just like, hey, take an extra month, take an extra $1,000, how much better the CGI could be, right? Like if every movie had James Cameron's Avatar budget, that would be fantastic. The orcs in The Hobbit cannot be the same species as the one in Lord of the Rings. Are they supposed to be? I thought they were a different type of orc. I legit thought that they were a different species. I'm watching 80s Doctor Who right now, and the masks aren't fantastic, but they still hold up a lot better than CGI from 2005, 2010. That's exactly it, right? There are, and it's not like an effects versus effects thing. I think it's, I'm going to put these instructions away. I think it's like, it fits in the environment, right? When it's practical, it fits in the environment. I don't know if you guys saw the first not the first Star Wars Episode 1 in theaters, before it came out on home video. Because Yoda in Star Wars Episode 1 was Puppet Yoda. And it was a different puppet from the Orig Tridge. And it just, he sat in his seat. He made eye contact with the performers. He thought, he moved, he fidgeted. It was great. And then for the DVD release, they replaced him with the same CGI model that they used in Episode 2. Right? Now, if you watch the behind the scenes, they say that the CGI model is based on the puppet that they used for Episode 1. That is a lie. It is not. It is a completely different. Yeah, go ahead and send it. Did you send it? I don't have an Instagram message right now. What is this? What is this? Jesus Christ. Speaking of things that I hate, yeah, take your time. I just got a message from FamJam, that they need to pay $1,811.80, or 4 monthly payments of $452.95 to have a baby. They haven't had a baby yet, but they're gonna. They need to prepay $2,000 in order to let the baby out, to start letting the baby out. Also, I figured out why this ATST does not have instructions online. It's a gift with purchase. It's not. It's a free thing. I don't remember where I got it. That just made me really sad. That's why we love Grogu, because it's a puppet when it needs to be, it's an animatronic when it needs to be, and it's CGI when it needs to be. Right? It is a terrible puppet. It does look old, but that puppet sits in its chair and talks to the people, right? Which is more than you can get out of the CGI thing. Speaking of Grogu, I got my little Grogu right here. I got my little Grogu right here. And is he still around? I have an even smaller Grogu somewhere else. Complain to Lego they should have instructions, all instructions, even GWP. They don't have instructions for most of their older sets either. I don't think this is worth complaining about. I don't think anyone's digging this set out of the archives. But since we're here, I do want to show you something that is so funny. So the X-Wing that I just built is a Lego 4 Plus set. Used to be called Lego Juniors. And the point of Lego 4 Plus and Lego Juniors is that the pieces are on the bigger scale, right? You're not going to get anything smaller than like a 2x2 or like a 1x3, right? Bigger pieces, chunkier pieces so that smaller kids can play with it. And Lego fans hate that. They hate it so much. So if we look at this 4 Plus set, it's chunky. It's chunky because it uses big pieces. Sure, good, whatever. Tiny hands, big pieces make sense. Let's check out the reviews. Play experience, 2. Value for money, 1.3. Not worth the price. This is insane. You can buy a Razor Crest Microfighter, which is a 6 Plus set, by the way, smaller pieces, and it's 98 pieces. But technically buy 3.5 of the Razor Crest Microfighters for the price listed on the set, and you only get 3 minifigures, which is the only thing worth it in this set. I would not recommend this item to anyone, and I haven't even bought it. I will not recommend this to anyone. Have not bought it. Lego keeps increasing their prices. Fair. This set was released after the first price increased in 40 years. So yes, Lego increased their price once in 40 years, and this is the product of that. No exclusive minifigures. Insane. Don't waste your money. Worst value for money of a Lego set possible. This set is very bland. The only great thing is the minifigures. Spelled wrong. I maybe get it that they used exclusive new molded pieces for the build. Spelled wrong. But if it came at that cost, maybe it was a wrong decision. They used chunky pieces for the chunky set. Disappointed. Mini scale is okay for young builders. Price per piece is outrageous and lacks unique minifigs. Better off purchasing other mini scale Star Wars sets. It's not a mini scale Star Wars set. It's a 4 Plus set. It's a 4 Plus set. Unjustified. Less than 90 pieces for $36 is odd. Unacceptable part and lackluster design and quality. A mini Ewok outpost, a couple Ewoks and Stormtroopers, and maybe a speeder would have been that better. This set is just overall disappointing. So this is the set in question, in case you didn't know. 87 pieces, right? Perfect for friends, right? It's got an Ewok thingy, it's got an Empire thingy, it's got a land speeder, right? 4 Plus, specially designed for young kids, right? ATST with a starter brick. Don't know what that is. I think the starter brick is just this entire back piece is just one piece, right? Same thing with the X-Wing that we have, where the bottom piece is just one piece. I think that's what it means by starter bricks. But here's the funny thing. I've told this story before about how when I applied for the Lego store, one of the employees remembered me. And the reason that they remembered me is because I maxed out my credit card on a Lego purchase. And the Lego purchase that I maxed out my credit card on was The big people version of this set. It was the Ewok attack from like 2012. Service building instructions. If it's not on the app. Okay, let's look in here to see if they have it. I'm pretty sure they don't have it. 30495. Oh, they do have it. They do have it. It's just not on the right page. Because it's not... The set page and the instruction page are different. Anyway. The point is... What was the point? What was the point? I don't know what the point was. Yeah, so the point is, like, come on. This stuff's for kids. It's for kids. 33 reviews are 1 stars. Yeah. I would get it for myself. I would honestly get it for myself. Come on, Lego. How about making an actual Endor set that fans are actually looking for instead of making lazy 4+ sets that no one wants? Who could possibly want a 4+ set? 5-year-olds? Yeah, I have my boxes here. The microfighters are 6+. So this guy, not the Ewok set, but this guy is strictly for 4 and 5-year-olds. Who could possibly want a set for a 5-year-old? Gosh. Wow. First off, I want to say I love Lego Star Wars. But when this set honestly thought it was a joke and thought I was on a different site, then I realized I was on Lego. And there is this joke-looking set for $35, maybe 20, but still, the ATST looks like a joke. So another review from somebody who didn't buy it, just looked at it. Yeah, how about give the fans what they really want? A 1-to-1 scale Forest Moon of Endor. Yeah, the price, I'm not... Extreme cost for minimal product. Yeah, so the chunky bricks are going to be more expensive to manufacture and ship also. So, like... Yeah. Sure, whatever. Manufacturing. They have 2 factories in the entire world. Calm down. Not a bad 4+ set, but not worth the money by a long shot. If it's not a bad 4+ set, doesn't that make it worth the money for a 4+ set? Too darn expensive. Good thing about it is the Scout Trooper. I'm glad you paid... How much is this set? I don't even remember. $45 Canadian for a single Scout Trooper. 15 to 20 in value. Alright. Ooh, a paragraph. Alright, while I'm aware that this is a 4+ set, the minifigures in this set are very desirable to collectors and is why many find this set to be so ridiculous. This set costs $34.99 USD and has 87 pieces. Correct. Yes, do it. Fill it out. The worst thing that can happen is that they ignore it. It's a win-win. It's a win-nothing situation. Can't lose. For Brick Specialist, we talked a little bit about, hey, it's a toy. It's a toy. Also, best of luck in the interview. That's cool. I didn't know you were doing that. So you will spend 4 money that you earned from the job. You get a discount. You get a discount. Also, if you play your cards right, if you're like me and you're a fan of building Lego, and you like the building part of it, just every time there's a new display model, volunteer, volunteer, volunteer. You build it on the clock now. You build it in the store now in front of people, and you have to talk to like kids and stuff. Volunteer to build the models. It's the best thing you can do if you work at the Lego store. I built thousands of dollars worth of Lego and didn't pay for any of it because I built it and then I brought it back to the store. It's great. They don't let you take it home and build it anymore. They make you build it in the store, but still, it's the best part. Playability of the set is rather poor, with the ATSD being very lackluster, and the speeder a cheap recolor of one from the Snow Speeder 4 Plus set, which I highly recommend. This is definitely the worst 4 Plus set to date. I would not recommend any parents to buy this. Like, what play are you experiencing from a 4 Plus set? Right? 4 Plus, this GWP, which is, hold on, is it still around? Does it say what age group this is for? No, it doesn't. No, doesn't. This 4-year-olds can't play with this, right? If I'm a 4-year-old and I have this and a 4 Plus set, and my play looks like this, pew pew pew. The 4 Plus set survived because it has the starter brick. Yeah, they'll get their chunks. I'm sure though. Isn't the closest one like 6 hours away? If the way I look at it, if Winnipeg, Manitoba can get a Lego store, anywhere can get a Lego store. Just you wait. Talked about some kids building Lego, and it sounds like a blast. It is a blast. It takes a lot of patience. Like I've said before, the kids and the Lego are the best part about working at Lego. The parents are the worst part. If you feel like it went well, that means that it went well. That's like, I had a group interview, and the people that walked out of that being like, not so sure, none of them showed up for work. None of them. But the people that walked out of that and they're like, yeah, that was really fun. I thought it was really good. They all came in. So I'm optimistic. If you had... I didn't eat dinner. This whipped cream is my dinner. If you had a good time in that interview, then I can guarantee you that if you don't make it, it's not your fault. Right? If you had a good time, that means you're making it in. And if you don't make it in, it means like some logistics issue, some capacity issue, whatever. My Lego store is about 20 minutes away in Liverpool City Centre, right next to where the Disney store used to be, right next door. I would not make a single cent if I still worked at the Lego store and there was a Disney store next door. Like, I was thinking, when I moved back to Orlando and work was getting depressing, I'm like, hey, I've already worked in a Lego store. I can just work in the Orlando Lego store. The Orlando Lego store is in Disney Springs. I would not come home with a paycheck. I would leave my shift at the Lego store and buy a bunch of sets for 50% off. And then I would walk to World of Disney and buy a bunch of Disney stuff, and then walk to the Star Wars Outpost and buy a bunch of Star Wars stuff, and none of that money would make it to my bank account. Mine was directly one-to-one interview, a lot of good answer, and I like that. Perfect. I'm optimistic. The blue Millennium Falcon has set... They have a blue Millennium Falcon? I did not know that. It's like huge. And how to not spend money. Every time I go, I spend money. Every time I go, which is bad. Actually, no. The last few years, I've been pretty good. And the trick is to go multiple times a week, right? Because if you go 5 times a week to the Lego store and nothing is new 80% of the time, because they only get their shipments in once a week, then 80% of the time you're not spending money at the Lego store. Pretty good. The problem is when you work there and you're talking to your fellow employees and you're talking to the customers about Lego sets, you are constantly learning new things. You're finding new things to get excited about, and then you spend all the money. Right? When I when I went to when I worked at the Lego store, I bought something every single shift because something was exciting every single shift. That's the only downside of working at the Lego store, is that I would talk to customers and talk to my coworkers, and I would get excited about stuff, and then at the end of the shift, if I'm closing, they'll be like, "All right, last chance for employee purchases," and then just book it, pick up this, get to the counter, recite my VIP number from memory. The Lego application form has an I have a preferred name checkbox. That's awesome. Not even just a trans inclusivity, even just a nickname that became your name thing. Yeah. They didn't, I don't think they had that when I applied. But when I got there, you make your own name tag. And your name tag can say whatever you want on it. They have standards, which is like first name. And if multiple people are in the store with that first name plus last initial. But as long as you respond to it, they don't care what goes on your name tag. They really don't. I think in the Orlando store, they also have city, because there are people from Lakeland, there are people from Tampa, there are people from out of town that work there. So it's like name and city. And then they've also added pronouns to that as well. Which is great. You can put whatever you want on your name tag. Here in Calgary, I've talked about it before, but every year for 10 days in the summer, I'm going to go ahead and run the ad break, by the way. If you want to avoid the ad break, you can subscribe. Or you can use your Prime subscription to avoid the ad break. But for Calgary Stampede, here's the ad break now. For Calgary Stampede, we got to have cowboy puns on our name tags. So, like, we just have cowboy puns. I never got one because it's hard to turn a kill into a cowboy pun. Until I learned this year buckill. Like a belt buckill. That's the cowboy pun. If I had known that 10 years ago, that would have been great. But so we went to the store to get my birthday present and saw new things. And I asked, kind of serious, kind of joking, "Aren't you guys hiring?" And it was the store manager, and he goes, "Actually, yeah." Perfect. I did the same thing. I went in, I'm like, "Hey, are you guys hiring?" And they're like, "Yeah, fill in an online application." And I'm like, "Cool, I'll go do that." And it worked. I didn't talk to the manager, I was talking to a supervisor. But they're like, "Yeah, apply online, get in, you're perfect. You are part of the blame, so thank you if I get the job." You are welcome if you get the job. It's like, I haven't had a lot of jobs, but it's easily the best job that I've ever had. 100%. Let's go ahead and get one more build in here. Because even though it feels like it's late for me, I recognize that it's only 8. Do they like hiring AFOLs? Also, what's the difference between AFOL and just a regular fan? AFOLs are insufferable. The difference between an AFOL and a fan of Lego is that we hate AFOLs. No. No. AFOL status, registration in lugs, officially has no bearing on whether you get hired or not. But there are certain things that pop up in the AFOL community that they are 75212. Okay, let's look that up. 75212. If I go. Oh, it's the white Millennium Falcon. Yeah, the one from Solo. Okay, I remember this one. I thought, when you said blue Millennium Falcon, I thought you meant like the gray parts were blue, but no, it's Lando's Millennium Falcon with some blue highlights. I really like this one. I never got around to actually getting it, but I like the color scheme. Gotta be honest. Let's pick another minifigure for the shipbuilding, shall we? Da, 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 da. Okay, we're gonna build this one next. Hiding the minifigure. Actually, can I make this like a little Easter egg on stream if I just... Ha! Cool. He's gonna stay there the whole time. Yeah, so there's things in AFOL communities and lug communities that you want to look out for, right? The main thing is, can you be professional? And what we found with AFOLs on staff and AFOL customers is the answer sometimes is no. You can't be professional, which is really, really unfortunate. Which is really unfortunate, right? Yes, hire for the season. So what they do, just real quick into baseball, is they hire for whatever the peak season is. In this case, it's holidays, but I was hired for the summer season. They hire you part-time and then just let them know, be like, hey, I'm looking to do this full-time. And they'll watch you for a few weeks. And if you do a good job, they'll give you more shifts. And then if you do a really good job, which is not hard to do because I did it and it was like my third job, then they'll be like, hey, do you want to stay on permanently? And then you just stay on, right? That's how I got in. Most of the people, I think only my manager was actually brought in full time. Everybody else was brought in temporarily, seasonally, and then made full time later. So yeah, the thing about AFOLs is we had so many problems with them being professional, right? The number one problem that you will face, the number one problem is lost kids. The number two problem you will face working at the Lego store is people doing what I'm doing right now, which is they get excited about Lego and then they don't shut up. They don't stop talking about Lego. And then they pull out their phone and they want to show you pictures of the things that they built. And they want to talk about the lore and the history of Lego. And if you're into that, that's what I'm explaining right now, is that they don't stop talking. So if we get an AFOL customer that does not stop talking about Lego, because they get excited, which is fine, and then we have an AFOL employee that also gets excited about Lego, we get in a loop. AFOL is the second problem. AFOLs, like adult fans of Lego who identify as such, either as customers or as employees, is the second biggest problem working for Lego in Lego brand retail. I'm sure it's fine in the corporate area. So then we have a customer and an employee talking about Lego excitedly, very loudly, for 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour. And then they don't stop. So you'll learn this when you get the job, if you get the job, hopefully. There are a number of safety codes that you can call out as an employee, or somebody can call out for you. And the most commonly used one, at least in my school, is this person is talking too much, it's time to leave. And it's a quick coded phrase. I'm not going to tell you what it is, obviously, because it's there to keep people safe, right? And it's, depending on who's using it, it's either you need to get away from this person, or I need this person to get away from me, right? That's the internal code that you're using as an employee. And that was used all the time on AFOLs, right? Because they just talk and talk and talk and talk and talk. And there's nothing fun. There's nothing wrong with talking about Lego. Lego is exciting. People want to talk about it. That's great. But when you are an employee at the Lego store, there are other things that need to be attended to. There are always other things that need to be attended to. Right? I was told repeatedly. Like, I wasn't told. I was told a little bit, but other people were told repeatedly, be a shark. Constantly move, constantly be doing something, constantly be talking to someone. Make sure that every single customer there feels like they're welcome, feels like they're enjoying it. And if you get stuck in a loop with one customer, every other customer gets neglected. The till gets neglected. The stock gets neglected. The cleanliness of the store gets neglected. The scheduling of the employees gets neglected. So we can't have people being casual about Lego, right? It's great to be excited about Lego. That's kind of the point of working there. But you need to, if you can't already, practice reining that in, right? Noticing when it happens, noticing when you're getting too excited, and then reeling that in, right? And paying attention to what else is going on. Case in point, 8089 was one of my first Lego sets when I was a kid. That's awesome. I don't know the Lego sets by numbers. Let me look that up real quick. That's the Hoth base. That's pretty cool. That's not the Hoth base. That's the Wampa Cave. That's the one that you were mentioning before. That's very cool. We were talking about that. When were we talking about that? We were talking about that when we were watching the clip about the Tauntaun. I like that. My first Lego set, no idea. I've had Lego sets around in my house in my life since before I could form memories. I have no idea what my first Lego set was. Makes sense to have a code. It's nice to know. It's not a problem in a super slow day. But busy days, restock time, it's like, hey, pay attention to others. So that's what you need to remember is how to get excited in a way that doesn't interrupt the flow of the store, and when to stop being excited, right? I just realized I can't find my CV. I haven't needed it in a year. It looks like I'm going to need a new one. Oh no, when in doubt, create an excuse to get out of the conversation and do another thing. Yes. The problem that we had with a lot of AFOLs, and admittedly some of this is due to neurodivergence, but because we're not medical professionals, that's also not our responsibility really, is when people don't take that for an answer. My first Lego set was the Glup Shido's attack ship. How old do you think I am, Negasonic? Because Lego Star Wars started in 1999. Pre-Glup Shido. I'm a pre-Glup Shido Lego builder. Yeah. And yeah, don't spend your entire paycheck there. Yeah, don't. But yeah, just know when to disengage is the most important thing. Because, right, that's what I was saying. A lot of people don't take no for an answer, right? So if you say, oh, excuse me, they're like, oh, wait, one more thing, right? Or you start to step backwards because you don't want to be rude and interrupt them. And then they start to step forward to keep doing what they're doing. Like, can't do that. And then on the staff side, the issues that we had with AFOLs were more around the lines of sharing things that were not supposed to be shared, right? I made the TikTok about people who shared Lego rumors and unconfirmed Lego news, but also people sharing too much about their personal collection. We had an AFOL that worked there when I was there that had his collection professionally appraised, like an appraiser, I guess, whatever that is, came to their house and appraised their Lego set, and it was like something in the millions of dollars, and then they would brag about it to customers, and like that's not okay. The Google Docs template is probably a bad place to start when making a new CV, isn't? No. No. I used a actually no, it might actually be. I used a Google Docs template for my CV. It hasn't worked yet, so it might be a bad idea. I don't know. Proceed with caution. Maybe if you make enough changes, it'll be okay. Um, but yeah, so then just like when when you're working for Lego, yes, it's fun. Yes, it's exciting. Yes, it's presumably something that you love. Yes, millions of dollars of Lego. He had a lot. But at the end of the day, you are a salesperson. You are a retail employee selling toys to parents. And that's your goal, right? I know in my first Lego video on TikTok, I'm like, oh, the goal is to make sure people are having a good time. Yeah, the goal is to make sure people are having a good time in order for them to buy stuff, right? That needs to be the end goal. It feels like they haven't seen that template a trillion times already. Yeah, maybe, but I also don't think they're looking at it. The 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 I'm not sure if it still works this way, but when I applied, the applications went straight to whatever the regional corporate was. So I doubt there's a human reading your resume. I think they're just sort of scanning it and looking at it and then shortlisting you to send to the store for an actual interview. So I don't think the template matters. I was thinking about streaming as well, so maybe not a good idea as a Lego employee. Um, yeah, you have to be careful about that too. Like again, just know how to be excited. To a certain extent, you have to perform excitement so that you know sort of what you're getting into. Like if you know your lines, you know what you're supposed to say, then you can follow it that way, right? I'm missing a 1x2 cheese slope. That's unfortunate, right? So don't get so excited that you divulge company secrets or that you promote that you're a Brick employee. Like I don't know if there's a regulation against this. So if there is a regulation against it, ignore everything that I'm saying. But right, it's about keeping that balance and keeping that professionalism when you have to. Never mind, I found it. It was upside down. Former, I was thinking in streaming saying former Lego employee build sets AMA. Yeah, as long as you don't work for them anymore, right? Um, but you got to start working for them before you stop working for them. And I can't criticize that specifically because that's exactly what I did, right? I got my entire start being like, oh, I'm a former Lego employee. Here's a secret. It's not a secret. It's just social corporatism. Um, so, like, that's how I got my start. So I can't really knock it, right? But still, it's about being careful. There are still, like, I'm not going full off the books here. There are still plenty of Lego secrets that I don't share, that I will never share, because I don't know what the current store policies are, but some things may, like the code words. I'm not going to tell you what the code words are, because that may compromise the safety of people who work there now. And I'm not okay with that, like, morally. Right? So it's all about knowing where to draw the line. I use the LinkedIn template because you need to fill a Lego website and attach a resume, but all the info is already there. Oh no! One of those. Yeah. The worst way to apply to a Lego store, since we're doing that right now, is to go in person, wearing a suit that doesn't fit, and handing someone your resume. Because 9 times out of 10, you're handing your resume to the wrong person. And if it's hiring season and the hiring manager is nice, they will keep your resume in a stack of resumes until you get shortlisted by the corporate, right? If they're not nice, they will throw it away immediately, right? Um, I remember one person, really young, mask presenting. Um, he came in just the worst fitting suit I've ever seen. Suit was fine, but it was just like it was like a fork wrapped inside a sock. And he's just so nervous, couldn't get a full sentence out. And he came in, and I was at the till at the time, and he handed off his resume, and I'm like, hey, we're not hiring right now, but can you go apply online so that your information is in the system? I can't guarantee that anything will happen with this resume. And he like kind of nodded because he didn't say anything and like shuffled away. Met his mom in the hallway again. And then I'm like, it was my first time getting handed a resume, so I'm like, what do I do with this? I go to the hiring manager in the back, or the assistant manager who also handled the hiring, and I handed it to him, and he's like, cool, thanks. Did you tell him to apply online? I'm like, I did. I'm not sure if he's actually going to do it. And he's like, okay. And he just threw the resume away. Like, there's a process, right? There's a process. And the boomer mentality of showing up in a suit and shaking someone's hand, that's not going to get you a job at Lego. However, I can say from experience that showing up to the Lego store and returning a set while crying might get you an interview. I feel bad for him too. I honestly do. I never saw him again. He wasn't hired in the next 2 seasons, so I never ended up seeing him ever again. But I hope he at least applied on the website. I hope that wasn't the end for him. I changed my mind. I don't like this ship anymore. This is such a goofy looking ship. Return to set while crying. Yeah. I don't think it was a parent making him apply. I think he genuinely wanted to apply. And I'm speaking for him like I knew him for more than 30 seconds. I think he genuinely wanted to apply, but like the way he went about doing it was obviously out of his comfort zone. And I have a feeling that he like probably told his mom like, no mom, they probably only accept online applications. I'm gonna look like an idiot. And they're like, oh, put on your best suit. Yeah, it is the mini Razor Crest. Yeah, put on your best suit and just go shake their hands. And I'm like, yeah. It's not how it works. This is the 21st century. We have robots to read our resumes for us. And they're really bad at it, which is why you need to put in the information in a form. Yeah, so what happened was, this was like my first year of university, out in the real world, grown-up money, student loan just came in. I'm like, I'm gonna buy a bunch of Lego sets. I bought one Lego set. And like I have a lot of, not to get too deep on the Twitch, but I have a lot of trauma when it comes to finance. So I didn't realize this at the time, but buying that one Lego set overdrafted my credit card, like went over my credit limit. So like got the set, took it home, got all these notifications from my bank like, you done goofed, you done goofed, you done goofed. And I was like terrified, and the anxiety went up, and I was like, I couldn't think straight, couldn't feel straight because of the financial anxiety. So I went back to the Lego store, and I returned the set like full panic mode, crying my eyes out. And I'm not going to say her name because she still works there. But the person handling the return, who is a supervisor, still is. Uh, too much information. Way too much information, Akil. She was like really nice and really consoling. And she like accepted the return, and she's like, you can keep the gift with purchase, even though like you're returning the set, you don't qualify for the gift of purchase. You can keep it. I learned later that that's just something you can do if somebody's nice to you. And so she was like the hiring manager's like favorite supervisor, because she is like probably the best employee there. Yeah, overdrafted the credit card on a single Lego set. It was the Ewok Village one, which was like $60. I was so bad at handling finances at the time that that's what pushed me over the edge. And like, she is absolutely amazing, and she was so nice. And then about 2 years later, I go back, could not show my face in the Lego store for another 2 years. But 2 years later, I go back having applied. And she remembered me. She remembered who I was. And I'd like to think that that had an influence. I'd like to think that that didn't have an influence on me getting hired, because that would suck. But it might have. It might have had an influence. And she was great. We worked different shifts because I was in school. So I would go to school in the morning and then go to work in the evening, and she would work in the mornings. So for the first few years, I never really got to like work with her at all. She was just like somebody that would leave when I got there. And then, so the Razor Crest is done, by the way. Da-da-da-da-da. And let's put Mando in. First of all. Oh, there's a little space for his backpack. Of Hermione, but she sounds awesome. No, like, it took me, like, she said that she remembered me, and I didn't know from where, and she didn't tell me from where. So I'm like, I haven't been to the Lego store. And then, I don't know, like, something clicked in my brain. I'm like, oh, it was her. She's the one that handled my god-awful return. I think it was, I found an old receipt and it had her name on it. That's the other thing. When you work at the Lego store, write your name on the receipt every single time, unless they're terrible. But then after a couple years, my school schedule got switched around and I got put onto more opening shifts. And at that point, she was the head of the stock team. And I got put onto her team. So when the stock came in, just her and I would go open boxes, count Lego, stock shelves. It was great. And we did that like every week for like a year. And she's fantastic. She's absolutely fantastic. Oh, come on, it's a micro fighter. It's a little zoom zoom. It's got a big hole in it for the Mandalorian to sit in. It's got sideways stud blasters. Don't you just love the sideways stud shooters? I don't know where that went. I think it went back here. Yep, I see it. Okay. It's behind the lights. I don't go in and say hi. I've been to the Lego store maybe twice since moving back. It's no, I found it. It's behind the lights. It's most of the people that I worked with aren't there anymore. Maybe like 4 or 5 of them are still there. And because I don't buy that much Lego, I don't go back. So when family visits, family loves the Lego store. We go to the Lego store. If I'm down there for a different reason, if I'm going to like an IMAX movie or something, I'll stop in. If I'm going to Build-A-Bear, I'll stop in. But I don't. That's the big conundrum about me being a Lego creator on the internet, me being a Lego influencer, is that I just don't buy Lego anymore. I just don't. I think, yeah. This Razor Crest is the last thing I got from the Lego store that I looked at. That I worked at, sorry. And the only reason I know that is because of the stupid price tags. The number of price tags that I had to print while I worked there, oh my goodness, traumatizing. It's baked into my brain. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna run an ad break since we're done with this build, and while I'm running the ad break, I can't run the ad break for another 27 seconds. So right now, if you don't want to see the ads, you have 22 seconds to subscribe, not to subscribe, to subscribe for $5 a month or for free using your Twitch Prime. If you have Amazon Prime and you connect it to your Twitch account, you get one free subscription every month. You can use it for me. You can use it for someone else. The ad break is coming up in 5 seconds, and when the ad is playing, we're going to pick another minifigure out of the bag and figure out which ship to build next. Here's the ad break now. Thank you for the stretch. I'll go ahead and stretch, and then while the ad is playing, we'll pick a minifigure. Gotta stretch. Check out the fit. We got the Rebel logo. We got the Rebel ear. We got the May the Force be with us. It's good stuff. It's good stuff. Thank you for the hydration check as well. Drinking out of our 16-pound water bottle today. Our nice. Yes, this is real official Lego. You can see the logo on the piece. That was a terrible impersonation of that guy. Don't tell Epic Bricks I said that. But yeah, Lego water bottle. I do have a snack. Like I said, didn't have dinner. Waiting for my dinner to be delivered. That's why the stream was late. But I do have a box of Timbits, so I'm gonna snack on one of those if that's all right. 3 whole ads. I ran a 60-second ad break. What? What? In BR, I could. That could be a good stream. I'm not gonna do it right now because I don't have the game. And like I was saying earlier, the reason I haven't been editing and uploading VODs of like the past few streams is because I don't have space on my computer. I have like 10 gigs left on my computer. I don't have enough space to edit and upload videos. So I definitely don't have space to get this game. So I got to download some more RAM, expand my memory, and then hopefully in a future stream. I've got it on my wish list, which means Steam is going to email me about it every couple weeks. Get through it. We haven't picked a minifigure yet. We're running low on minifigures to pick. So next is going to be this one. Okay. Lego creator that doesn't buy Lego. How much Lego have you hoarded in these years? Not a lot. Not a lot. As far as like Lego is concerned, nowadays I will buy like $30, maybe $40 worth of sets every 2 or 3 months. And normally I'll build it, right? The only reason I have sets hoarded now is because since January, every Lego set that I build, I'm like, okay, should I build this on stream? And so I have a stack of Lego sets. Oops. I have, what do I have? I have my Prince of Persia sets. I have some Harry Potter sets. I'm going through the Star Wars sets today. I have my Lego Serious Play I have some minifigure packs that are all just on stream. They're all on stream. Yeah, so even when I worked at Lego, my brothers were more into Lego than I was. Um, so a lot of the time, I would just buy Lego sets for Adel with the discount. So like the modulars he has, and like a bunch of other stuff, he would like text me what he wanted while I was at work and pick it up on the way. But everything that I got when I worked there, I built. I'm not. Ironically, my first few videos about Lego back in January were about taking things out of the box and building them. And I have always done that until I started making these videos. After I said take your Lego out of the box and build them, that's when I started keeping Lego in the box and saving them for a stream. That's when I became a box weirdo. We just built Antonio's room. Yes, you were telling me about that with the books. I saw. Did you send it to me or did somebody else send it to me? Somebody made casita, like a moving, well, not animated, but like automaton casita, using those pieces and those minifigures, but also like built the whole house, and the tiles move and the roof moves and the floors move, and it's really cool. If you didn't send it to me, I will send it to you after this stream if I remember. Remind me if I don't remember. It is a little bit different though, right? But seeing as my second Lego video that popped off was take your stuff out of the box immediately and mix all the pieces together, I'm like, I'm not doing that anymore. But I did when I worked there. Every single Lego thing that I bought for myself when I worked there, I built. Without fail. Or I opened it and spilled it out and mixed it with parts. Like, that's just it. I haven't seen it. There was another video you were going to send as well. I forget. I gotta be honest, Chunks. I don't remember most of what I say when I'm on stream. I'm just like, I'm in it. I'm rolling. It's when I go back and edit them that I'm reminded of things that I said. Like, I still have to make blue chai. My stream 3 streams ago, I think, the whole time I was talking about blue chai, and you and Taters were just like riffing on chai recipes and how to make them and use a pressure cooker and whatever. Hydration check. I finished my chai. I'm gonna do a regular hydration check. Sorry. Yeah, I don't have the ingredients right now, but like, I was reminded of that a week ago when I was editing the stream. So like, you gotta remind me of these things. Okay, go buy the stuff to make the tea. Everything's closed. It's 8:30 at night. This is Canada where things close on time. Okay. Alright, let me pull up the instructions. This one's going to be really obvious. As soon as I put a few pieces together, it's going to be so obvious. Mine will not sleep, so I hope yours is doing better. As long as there's no one home, she should be going to sleep just fine. That little one loves to party. The main problem that I have is that I'm renting and I can't build all the sets that I have because there's no space and I may move soon. Yeah. That's also part of the reason. I feel like if I had a dedicated space to building and enjoying, I would buy more, display more, build more. But I'm in such a small space and I've been moving like every 2 or 3 years fairly consistently since university. Since high school, I've been moving every 2 or 3 years, either to a different house or to a different continent, different country. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. No doubt in anyone's mind. Yeah, the streams do automatically go up on Twitch, but they only stay there for like a week. So that's why I gotta download them and put them on YouTube. I could put them straight on YouTube, which would save some time and space editing, but I feel like there's a lot of quiet space, and there's a lot of stuff where I'm saying just stuff that doesn't make any sense. So Nicola is super stressed, so he's not sleeping well, and the sleep machine broke. Oh no. Dang. Are there alternatives for that? Does he have do you have like a does he have or do you have like a sleep routine that he can sort of go through in case that stuff doesn't work, I guess? Because that would be not fun. That would not be fun at all. Look at this. Look at this teal. Look at that teal. It matches the shirt. Ooh, blends right in. Can't even see it. Can't even see it. This is Rebel Leader teal right here. I'm so glad I'm never going to see these pieces again after this is built. Self-hydration check. I'm out of beverage. Go get a refill. You go get refill. There should be like a hydration check for everybody. Like if somebody sends it in the chat, everybody's got to take a hydration check. We tried turning up the fan since it's still warm and it's helping some. That's good. I don't know what he specifically needs, but obviously you do. So I hope you can get it figured out. But yeah, man. Kids are tough. They're like, they're the neediest little people that are just terrible at articulating their needs. Oh, that's incorrect. Oops. Yeah. And being a parent is exactly like working at the Lego store. Same stakes and everything. You got to deal with kids, which is difficult sometimes, but it's worth it. You got to deal with other parents, which is difficult sometimes and never worth it. And you got to keep an eye on literally everything. All constant vigilance. I'm wondering what's going on with these maroon jumper plates. I have a feeling that the edge of this is going to be snot, but I can't... Looking at the pieces that I have around me, I cannot fathom how that's going to be snot. Never mind, it's literally the next instruction. Okay. Are we gonna double build this? Let's double build this. I had a conversation with his doctor today about his pain levels, and I'm trying to explain he doesn't communicate. And I was, well, that he's in pain. I just look at him and go, yep, he's in pain. I can tell by the signs. See? That's good for you because you're his mom and you know what's up and you know what's going on and you know how to get in there. But, like, that's got to be scary, right? Not to, like, be over dramatic or anything, but, like, I don't know. I'd be scared. Hey, 10:30 here, so I'm going. Nice that I was able to jump in. I'm glad you got to jump in too. I hope to see you in the next one too. I've gone back to my normal schedule, so it's just going to be Tuesdays now. And then job situation is hopefully sorting out in the next couple of weeks. And once that's sorted out, if I have time, I'll add a weekend stream. I've acquired a beverage and an ice cream. Ooh, an ice cream. What flavor ice cream? Huge fan of ice cream. Thanks for the stream, Akil. I have to sleep now. It's almost 4 a.m. Yes, definitely go to sleep. Definitely go to sleep. The VODs will be here. I know it's less interactive and less fun, but the VODs will be here. Hopefully, for the people over in London and Europe and all those places, I can schedule an earlier stream, weekend stream, weekday stream, so that they can join in as well. But everything's up in the air right now, so I'm sticking to Tuesdays. Doctors do my head in sometimes, like just shut up and listen. I have a piece of paper. I live with this kid. I know what it is. The issue is yes. Does Canada have Aldi? I don't think so. I don't think Canada has Aldi. I have like so in the States it's Aldi and Trader Joe's are Aldi. Aldi North and Aldi South. Yeah, that makes sense. I haven't seen one. But I think it's enough in the public consciousness that people know. I have not accepted your Steam because I've been doing this the whole time and I closed out of the Steam tab. So let me see if I'm still logged in. I'll do it right now. Otherwise, I will do it in a bit. Some really good non-dairy ice cream bars. Yes, that is where my mom gets her non-dairy ice cream bars from because she and I are both perfect, same name as here on Twitch. She and I are both non-dairy, so we enjoy our non-dairy ice cream bars from Aldi. They're good. They're good stuff. Now that I'm back in Canada, I have to get like dilly bars, the coconut milk dilly bars. Ugh. Little is where the ice cream and bakery game is at. Okay. Good to know. I don't think I've ever been inside of one of those. But I've heard about them. So good to know that that's where the ice cream and bakery game is at. I will say that my heart and soul live at Pret a Manger. As far as like where you can get good British food from, and I know it's not good, it's like slightly below standard, but I love Pret a Manger so much. Hey, it's vanilla and chocolate chip. You're playing it safe, right? Low stakes, low rewards. My parents are okay. Yes, they got hit by Ian, but not as bad as apparently the rest of Florida. I've been seeing videos and pictures of like houses destroyed, lifted off their foundations, flooding, people being displaced. I think like 50 people died or something, but they're fine. No flooding in their place. The neighborhood behind them completely flooded to the point where people couldn't get in, but their neighborhood is fine. No damage to the house. No issues at all. They're fine. They have like solar panels and they have Starlink, so they were just working through the whole hurricane. Stay inside. They had power the whole time. They had internet the whole time. They're fine. It's their first hurricane, so it was exciting to like sort of for them to sort of see it and like wind and all that stuff. Yeah, I don't like it either, but I might have tweeted about it. I don't remember. But yeah, they're fine. They're troopers. I think they were expecting a little bit more as far as like damage is concerned, but even like the mesh over their pool is fine. No damage to the roof, no damage to the solar panels. Their side wall got hit by the neighbor's avocados. Avocados were flying off the tree, hitting the house. No damage there, just fun story. So they're good. They're good. And they were in communication with us the whole time. So we knew what was going on. They were sending videos and pictures and stuff. Because like I said, they had Wi-Fi and power the whole time. And then they went on, that's double what I said. And then they just went on a walk because their neighborhood wasn't flooded. And they saw that the neighborhood next door was flooded. So, you know, I don't know like a a full survey, full extent of the hurricane and the damage and stuff. I don't know the specifics. Um, but I just got a German Steam notification. I will have to change my language settings. Um, but yeah, they're fine. And I'm not even worried about the avocados. They were growing so fast. Thanks for that, final. They were growing so fast they were falling off all the time. So like, and they were for personal use only. They weren't even selling the avocados or anything. So it's just like, okay. Now a neighbor gets 5 avocados that they can use before they go bad. Because a lot of the time, like when we'd go in the backyard to do work or like go on a walk or something, we'd see avocados on the ground, but they'd be bad immediately. Like immediately after they fell off the tree, they'd go bad. So it's not they're not missing out on anything when the avocados go bad. I really like this mini build. BT Dubs. Huge fan of this mini build. I think this is, since Disney is doing the miniature parks attractions, like they did the Cinderella Castle from Disney World miniature, they did the Haunted Mansion from Disneyland miniature. I think for the Galaxy's Edge miniature, they should just let this just keep this, just copy paste this into their Galaxy's Edge and have this tiny little Millennium Falcon. I think it's adorable. How can they let them go bad? Because there's just too many of them. They keep falling off the tree. It's crazy. What am I going to do with all these avocados? And I know there's like an avocado shortage or whatever, but like, I don't think they care. I honestly don't think they care. I suppose sometimes we miss tomatoes from the garden and they go bad, but avocados are much more expensive. They are much more expensive. But it's a tree. And they don't take care of the tree. They don't prune the tree. I think it was there before they moved in. So they're not watering it. They're not maintaining it. It's being maintained by Florida Weather. I just don't think they care. Honestly. Okay, these little vent things. Why not get the tree chopped? Because that's work. If they're not gonna put in the work to pick the avocados, I don't think they're gonna put in the work to take the tree down either. Yeah. This is why we should all steal from our neighbors. When our neighbors have avocado trees that they don't care about, we need to steal from them. That's the only reasonable explanation. Your parents need to start stealing the avocados. That's what I'm saying. Like, after the hurricane, they went out and they like sent pictures of like dozens of avocados on the ground, and I'm like, okay, you're taking all of those, right? And they're like, yeah, we picked up like 5 or 6. 5 or 6 avocados. That's all they needed. There we go. I wonder if we're gonna get the little. Are they Enderly? No, my parents aren't, and neither are the neighbors. The neighbors are like a young couple, maybe mid-30s. There's no fence. That's the thing. It's like house, water filter, avocado tree, house. There's nothing in between. When I go there, I'm gonna steal all the avocados and have avocado toast every day. Yeah, they're not elderly. They're not DA. They're a 30-something family with like 3 kids. they're always out playing basketball in the front yard, having a good time, right? But oh, we do get the satellite. That's exciting. Just yeah, steal the expensive fruits. Not for any expensive reason either, just to eat them. Just to like eat them one at a time. Like why not? That the neighbor's avocado tree is my community garden. All right, here we have our Millennium Falcon. Yeah. It's the boomer generation that's not stealing the avocados. They would rather pay for their avocado toast. But millennials, are millennials stealing too many avocados? Boomer generation. Yeah. All the loose pieces. Yeah, this is what we get. We have, our 1x1s, which is expected. Lots of 1x1s. We have our handhelds, which are around the same size as 1x1s. Our handhelds. We have our blaster clips for our stud shooters. And then we have all of our lasers for our stud shooters. So this is, the normal makeup of extra pieces that you would get. I think because there were 3 sets in this sorting tray, it seems like a lot. Like this is 3 sets worth of extra pieces, but whatever. Would the neighbor share if you asked? Absolutely they would. Like I said, they don't care. They don't care. Okay, I think we're on to the last ship. Okay, are we gonna run an ad? Yeah, let's run one last 1-minute ad while we dig into the bag and find our next minifigure. Do I want to go to sleep when you finish here or watch 22-minute BBC sitcom first before I should sleep? Both sound desirable. I might be here for the next 22 minutes, if we're being honest. I'm going to run the ad. You can skip the ads if you want by subscribing for $5 a month or by using your Twitch Prime membership. If you have Amazon Prime, you can connect it to Twitch and get 1 free Twitch membership for free. And it could be this. I am running the 1-minute ad break now while we pick the minifigure for the next ship. The people watching the ads aren't missing anything because I'm hiding them from you anyway, and it is... Oh, okay. I sorted out all these pieces and I put the minifigures in here and, I still was surprised about this one. I forgot about this one completely. Also, I have a baby Yoda and I have a baby Yoda. I just thought that was neat. So I'm gonna actually take this guy and small Lego me is gonna hold small Lego baby Yoda for all the people that like looking at the back of my camera, and big Lego me is gonna hold on to big Lego baby Yoda. Haven't been keeping track, so I'm almost surprised. Yeah, like I said, I'm just going with the flow. So to recap, we have our Millennium Falcon with Han Solo. Audible version of the Sandman. I heard that was good. I heard the Audible version of Sandman and the Netflix version of Sandman are really good, so maybe worth checking out. We have our Razor Crest with our Din Djarin. We have our Town with our Luke Skywalker. We have our ATST with spindly little legs. And we have Moon Knight in his blue X-Wing. And on to the next build. The next stream, I think the next stream is going to be onto Prince of Persia. I'm gonna end up saving the Harry Potter builds for when I can get in a daytime stream or weekend stream, just an overall longer stream. I think I'm gonna do a 24-hour stream for that one. So the next one's gonna be Prince of Persia. which if you haven't seen it, it's on Disney Plus. Check it out. It's pretty cool. It's not pretty cool. It's a terrible movie, but representation, right? Right. So the reason that I'm gonna do a longer, bigger, more accessible stream for Harry Potter is it's gonna be a charity stream. So I'm gonna be building the Harry Potter sets, talking smack about J.K. Rowling. Yeah, maybe. Talking smack about J.K. Rowling. And then all of the proceeds will go to the Trevor Project, because my whole thing is set up for the United States. So all the proceeds will go to the Trevor Project, which helps LGBTQIA plus youth in the United States, specifically trans youth, with a specifically focus on trans youth suicide prevention. So I'm gonna do that. It's gonna be a transphobia phobia stream, and then I'm gonna just make commands and links and stuff and graphics to make sure that people who are in UK or the EU will also donate. Will, like, the ads and the subs and stuff will go to the American one. Yeah, I keep saying it. And then you'll also have the option. I didn't say 24 hours. I did not say 24 hours. I said longer. I said longer than a normal stream. Okay? So it could be 5 hours. It could be 6 hours. I might do it 24 hours. Why not? And then people in Europe and the UK have the option of doing that as well. But anything that you do for the stream will go to the American one, because that's just how Streamlabs charity is set up. So, I mean, I'm trying to... Did I say 24 hours? Okay, maybe 24 hours. Hydrate for trans rights. Okay. So yeah, maybe 24 hours. I could probably pull off a 24-hour stream. I don't think I could pull off 24 hours of content for a 24-hour stream. So I can do like 3 hours of me really excited, really tearing into J.K. Rowling. I'll like go over the essay that I already wrote, and then do 21 hours of me just being really miserable building Harry Potter Lego sets. Yeah. Monster Energy, I will have plenty of boisson to get me through that. However, I don't think I have 24 hours worth of turf hate or 24 hours worth of Lego Harry Potter to get through. You know what? I'll alternate back and forth. I'll go back and forth between building and the video game, because I don't need to, but if I want to 100% the Lego Harry Potter video game, I need to start over, because I hit a glitch that once you hit a certain part of the story, you can't go back and redo it and get the thing. So I'm missing one thing because I can't go back and get it. So if I want to 100% that game, I have to restart. I was thinking about doing that. Her new book, which is so shitty. I've seen excerpts and stuff of it, but I can't find any legal version of it. I haven't been looking that hard, but I don't want to pay her money. Even though I'm making fun of her book, I don't want to pay her money. Also, it's like thousands of pages long. It's longer than Dune. But here's the thing. Page count longer than Dune. But actual content, most of those pages are just tweets that she made up to be angry about. So it's not a lot of words. It's just more pages. All right, let's get into this. Building instructions, etc., and so forth. It's so hilariously long, yet so hilariously empty. Like, it's not worth anything. But yeah, I'll see when I can do that. You know what? If I have to do a 48-hour stream, I'm gonna have to do it in shifts, which means half the time it'll be me, and half the time it will be my sister-in-law, who loves Harry Potter but has no idea what a turf is. How's that for a 48-hour stream? 2 hours of me making fun of JKR and 2 hours of someone else unironically loving Harry Potter. That's the deal. If y'all can convince my sister-in-law to be part of a 48-hour stream. Yeah, I've tried, but it just makes her sad. So I'm like, like, just for the laughs, yeah. I'll have her reading the book while we talk smack about it. How about that? Sounds like you have a job to do. It'll be like a podcast episode. Mm-hmm. Gosh, remember the good old days when I had a podcast? Don't Google that. This is the good old days. I was an alpha podcast bro before it was cool. Actually, I'm gonna... Yes, make her sad. The thing she likes is filled with hateful tropes and BS. So that's what the essay was about. Yeah, nobody should remember those days. As far as you're concerned, those days didn't exist. So I did, like, when this turf stuff first, like, happened, I was like, I went from, like, big Harry Potter fan, went to the Wizarding World of Harry Potter every day, to, like, oh, I didn't realize this was, like, hurting people. So, like, did a bunch of research, and I wrote a whole essay, and then I made a whole video essay about the same thing, and it hasn't gotten a lot of traction. If you look at my oldest TikToks from, like, 2019, there's a lot of Harry Potter stuff in there. And my most popular video on YouTube, with, like, 47,000 views, or, like, 70-something thousand views, is about Harry Potter, right? It's about the lore. It's not about the story. It's about the Wizarding World of Harry Potter, the amusement park, but it's still about Harry Potter. So like, my content feeds into Harry Potter. So I thought I had, like, a responsibility to be like, actually, I'm not gonna do this anymore. And if you were on TikTok in 2019, you may have heard of the Hogwarts professors trend, where people would cosplay as, like, pretend to be professors at Hogwarts, and we had a whole Discord, and, like, there were duets and stitches and back and forth, and it was really exciting. So when this turf stuff started to, like, come out, and she wrote her whole turf manifesto, it was like a lot of people took a step back and, like, made public videos like, hey, I participated in this thing because it was exciting, it was welcoming, and it was inclusive, but the source material that we're using is not as inclusive as we're trying to be. So we're going to just not participate in this anymore, and we're going to find an alternative. And we're going to make a new inclusive community where people can share their interests, and not be discriminated against because the author is a turf. But that never happened. It just kind of died out. And that's the really like really bad thing, really unfortunate thing about this whole circumstance is that those stupid little, thanks for the posture check, those stupid little kids books that, let's be honest, are poorly written, those Lego 4 plus books that are for little people, but if grown-ups play with it, it just doesn't make any sense, were so impactful for so many people. And they brought people together and they made people more inclusive, and they did so, like the Harry Potter Alliance from the Vlogbrothers, the National Quidditch, whatever, International Quidditch League, like all this stuff did so much good for the community, like rallying behind inclusivity, acceptance of diversity, promoting each other, like so much good. And then like the author had to write a manifesto and the whole thing collapsed. It didn't move to a new place. It didn't reclaim the literature. It didn't grow in any way. It just fell apart, and now we have nothing. Now we have this empty shell of like Harry Potter game shows, Harry Potter Legacy. Ooh, isn't it exciting to own a slave in Harry Potter Legacy? That's that's a legit selling point for the video game, by the way, is you get to have a slave. I'm all for this idea. Get Akela and my wife together to build Lego and talk Harry Potter. I'm down. Your wife doesn't like to build Lego, but I'm down. Must accept in the next commercial break. I think you have become it, so or so. Yes, I accepted your request. Don't worry, I did that off screen. I had a dude on Twitter try to say that we shouldn't buy Charles Dickens books, but we're not buying JKR stuff as if those are anyway equitable. Dickens isn't making millions of dollars and pumping that money into hate groups, lobbying politicians, but what's Dickens' estate doing? Genuine question. I don't know what the Charles Dickens estate is doing. But A Christmas Carol is in the public domain, right? So if you buy a copy of the Christmas Carol, or Disney Christmas Carol, or Muppets Christmas Carol, I don't think Charles Dickens' estate is making any money from that. Unless you're using his name. I don't think he's making any money off of that. Lobbying politicians to pass anti-trans laws and then writing stupid books between hateful fits on Twitter. Sure, Charles Dickens is not doing that. That's 100% true. My issue is that even before the whole turf stuff, the whole HP oozes of all the isms. Yes. If you guys haven't seen Sean, no last name, Sean on YouTube has an entire, I think it's 4 hours long, video essay on the neoliberalism of the Harry Potter series. And it's just, when it's laid out like that, it's just so apparent. It is so transparently, it is just so transparently gross politically when it's laid out. But I didn't know anything about politics or political rhetoric when I was 10 years old and I read Harry Potter, or however old I was when I read Harry Potter. So now, yes, now looking back on it, the whole thing is garbage. The whole thing is garbage. And that's what my video essay is about. Not about the whole thing being garbage, because I was still like learning at the time, but it's how the sentiments that she put in her manifesto are also in the books. But when you're a kid and you're reading a 4+ book, a Lego 4+ book, you don't notice that. It's just a fun story and a fun thing to imagine. Like when we were playing pretend, I saw the water bottles at Poundland. I did see those. I was tempted. But when you're playing Harry Potter as a kid, you're not looking at the neoliberalism of it. You're not looking at the problematic politics. You're not looking at the slavery and stuff like that. You're just like, I'm a child. I want to do magic and I want to be special. That's all it is. And I don't think, if I'm wrong about this, please somebody let me know, but I don't think anyone was indoctrinated by Harry Potter. I don't think Harry Potter is one of those things where she secretly delivered the message. I think she just put that in there because she's too stupid to keep it separate. Christmas Carol is public domain, yes. Nicola finally crashed. Good. Good. I've never read them, but the HP boys were always very mean to me, and it seemed apparent. The Slytherins. The art reflects the artist in some way, shape, or form. You can't write an entire franchise and not have your own political bias seep into your writings some way and be intentionally or unintentionally. Yes. So 100% her political biases are in Harry Potter. Back to front. It's Tory, it's turf, it's gross. But if you don't understand those political biases, right? One of the examples that Sean brings up in his essay, in his video essay, is the treatment of house elves, right? And the house elves in Harry Potter are happy to serve, happy to be enslaved. And when Hermione goes to free them, or tries to start up a thing, or tries to start a movement to treat them nicely, everybody laughs at her, right? So when somebody like me is reading that as a kid, it's like, oh, civil rights are hard, right? Same lesson that we get in school. Civil rights are hard, but if you are smart, you will fight for them. That's the message I got out of it. But then when you actually look at the text, the meat of it, that's J.K. Rowling being like, yeah, some people deserve to be enslaved, and it's dumb if you try to free them. Right? That's the message that she put in. It's not the message that I got out, but it's the message that she put in. Right? So I, unless I'm wrong, and I will, if I find out that I'm wrong, I will happily admit that I'm wrong, but I don't think Harry Potter did much indoctrinating. I don't think Harry Potter changed the political minds of young people. The amount of people who used HP to abuse people, though, I think it does. According to my abuser, it's the Ravenclaws. Oh, dang, I'm one of those. And I was lesser than for not being a Ravenclaw. Yeah. So that's the thing. Like, if the liberation of the house elves worked in any meaningful capacity, if it wasn't named Spew, which again, reading it, oh, it's a goofy name, because all wizarding things have goofy names. But looking at the rest of what J.K. Rowling does, oh, it's called Spew because it's not meant to be taken seriously. Because freeing slaves is disgusting for her. Man, I should just start that 24-hour stream right now. But yeah. And then, of course, the houses. So the houses are something that she just stole from a school that she saw, because schools have houses sometimes. But this idea, but those houses are like more or less random, right? Whereas the houses in Harry Potter are eugenics, right? Eugenics light, right? The smart ones go here. The brave ones go here. The ones who like to eat go here. And the evil ones go here. And the evil ones can never be redeemed. Right? There's only 2 times the Oods have appeared out of the, I think, 5 that hasn't took shots at slavery. And those were because you just needed to shorthand this person as a slave for the audience, and you're not meant to think about it. Fantastic. Yeah. Same thing with the Twi'leks in Star Wars, right? The Twi'leks in Star Wars are shorthand for slavery. In the Rich Tridge, in Episode 1, they are shorthands for slavery. But then, Clone Wars goes out of its way to have the liberation of Ryloth, and to show that the Twi'leks are not slaves. They're not conditioned to be slaves. They are not naturally slaves. Slavery is something that was forced upon them against their will, as slavery usually is. And that they are a very proud people who are constantly fighting for their own liberation as well. Right? And you spend time with the leaders of Ryloth, you spend time with the citizens of Ryloth, you spend time with the children of Ryloth throughout the Clone Wars to say, hey, I know the eugenicist Star Wars fans think that these are genetically inferior slave people. They are not. They are aggressively French. I love that the Twi'lek are aggressively French. And specifically, I love when Hera Syndulla does not speak with a French accent until she is speaking to her parents. Specifically, when she is angry at them, her American accent goes away and she becomes completely French. It's fantastic. I love that. That is just like a little bit of world building, really. Right? Because we have in the canon of Star Wars, they're not speaking English, right? So they're speaking some common Star Warsy language that has been translated into English for the viewers to understand. Sure, Lord of the Rings did the same thing. Whatever. But then, so the Twi'leks then are speaking not a different language, like not Huttese or a different language. I don't know what other languages there are on Star Wars. She's speaking, the Twi'leks are speaking a Pidgin or a Creole or some sort of derivative language, which is fantastic to have in world building in general, right? I don't know if this is confirmed by the wiki, and I don't care to look it up, but to have that Pidgin language then depicted or translated as an accent, a French accent, is just fantastic. I think that's great storytelling, right? Which also leads me to speculate that Australian accents are a dialect or a Pidgin of that common galactic, right? And that the Kiwi accents, which if you watch my TikToks are the genetically superior accent of the Star Wars universe, are another dialect of that common galactic language. That's all just speculation, but it would be super cool if I was right. Doctor Who does the same thing. Literally in universe, everything is being translated for the characters and the audience. It's fantastic and I love it. And then you can have that room for like variance, because you can't. I don't know how they explain it in Doctor Who, but in Star Wars and in Lord of the Rings and in Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, there's no reason for those accents, right? I wonder what the Aotearoa accent is a Pidgin of. So in the video that I made about it, which was mostly for goofs during Star Wars month, people were trying to argue in my comments that accents are genetic in Star Wars or in real life. I don't know which one they were arguing about, which is not true. But playing into that idea, I argued that the Aotearoa accent, and specifically the Maori accent, is the product of genetic engineering. So if your DNA is messed with in order to make you like better, superior, etc., then getting a Kiwi accent is the side effect of that. Is a side effect of perfect genetics. So the examples that I have are obviously the clones, different accents. The ones who are more genetically different than the others, like the Bad Batch, for example. They have slightly differenter accents. Jango Fett was chosen because he is the best specimen genetically. He is genetically perfect according to the Kaminoans. He has that accent. The Kaminoans are famous for genetically engineering themselves as well. That's why they got into cloning, because they were doing it anyway, so may as well make money off of it. They have the accents. Someone tried to argue about me on that point because the person who plays Tom Way is from Christchurch. They're like, oh, she's from Australia. I'm like, no, Christchurch is not in Australia. He's from Space Aotearoa. Maori people given using the traditional names. The Aotearoa accent is absolutely stunning. You can also tell I listen to a lot of Maori people, given I use the traditional names. I'm glad that you use the traditional names. I can't roll my R's, so I struggle to use traditional names. It's fine. I'm learning. It's not going to prevent me from trying to use them. But I'm glad you're making the effort. If I had known that there was a movement to bring back the traditional names 5 years ago, when I went, my travel vlogs would have been way different. Because back then I just spent 5 days in New Zealand. I went to New Zealand for 5 days. I went to Auckland, Davenport, Hobbiton. That's not. Missed the accent on the last one. But no, I went to Aotearoa. I went to Waitomo. Way cooler. Do I actually speak any other languages? No. No. I am monolingual. I speak English and only English. I have a high school understanding of French, which I learned in 2018, is not enough French to survive for 2 days in France. I cannot survive 24 hours in France with the French that I know. And here we have our AT-AT, or as some people will insist, the AT-AT, which is inconsistent to say the least. And here's the part of the show where Akil does a mock. Because you know how it goes. Sometimes Akil likes to build something and then immediately mock it. So that's what he's going to do now. Te reo Maori. I kind of want to learn Te reo Maori, but I have no reason to learn it given that I can't afford to go Aotearoa. Yeah, I mean, it's a cool... This is going to sound so racist, like left-wing racist, but it's such a cool culture. And I started talking about this on TikTok, and then I got backlash, and then I stopped talking about it on TikTok. You can see a pattern here. Is that... Is it because he walked on all fours? So I've added just that. I think that's pretty cool. I think that's a cool addition. Thanks, Extra Pieces. I speak Croatian, German, English, and Spain. Croatian, German, English, Russian, Spanish. Crazy. Europeans are insane. Anyone who's not from North America is insane when it comes to languages. Because, I went to Denmark. So, okay, here's the thing. In 2018, I went to Europe, around Europe, because I was there anyway. And I'm like, okay, this is the only time I'm ever come to Europe in my life. I'm just going to do everything. So I went to France. No one, everyone insisted that you speak French there, right? Even the customs people in London on the way to France, when you're getting on the train, they insisted that you speak French. I'm like, all right. I have enough to get on the train. I have enough French to get on the train to get to Paris. I don't have enough French to get food when I get to Paris. I went to a restaurant that had the best quiche in all of Paris, according to a sign on their window. And the lady asked me if I wanted it chaude. Chaude. Which I should have known. Did not know. Brain went completely blank. What is chaude? I'm Canadian. I drink Tim's every day. And on every cup of Tim Hortons coffee, it says hot / chaude. Chaude is hot. She was asking me if I wanted it heated up so that I could enjoy it there. Or if she could just leave it cold so I'll take it and heat it up somewhere else. And I just didn't. She looked at me like I was holding a gun to her head because I didn't understand chaude. And she could not explain to me what that meant. Then I went to Lisbon. Most of the time spent in Lisbon were people from English-speaking countries. Anyone from outside of that group that I was with, no English. None at all. But I didn't have to know English for that one. Dubai, lots of people spoke English, but as soon as you spoke English, like, people could be speaking English to themselves, but then if they heard you speaking English, they'd be like, nah. Dubai's not in Europe. That was also 2017. What else? Denmark? I don't know a single word of Danish. Everything is in English. The people speak English. The signs are in English. I heard some people speaking Danish to their kids. That's it. As soon as they clock me, they're like, English. I'm gonna speak English to this person, and I'm gonna speak better English than this person with an English degree has ever heard in their life. So, like, the multilinguality of people. I was talking to my friend, like a in-person friend. I know I joke a lot about not having friends in real life, but I have like one friend per country. So I was speaking to the friend in this country, and she knows English, Swahili, Gujarati, Kutchi, Hindi, Urdu, and a little bit of Punjabi. 7 languages. It's crazy. Like, how does that fit in your head? But, like, language is one of those things that you have to, especially like phonemes, that's something that you have to get down pat immediately, like when you're a little bit of baby. But it gets more and more difficult to learn when you get it, when you get older. So, like, my parents insisted that we were English only growing up, and they throw in like Gujarati words here and there, Swahili words here and there, but it was an English household. I don't actually know British Sign Language. I don't even know American Sign Language. I know family. I know enough to talk to a baby. I know enough American Sign Language to literally talk to a baby, talk to adults, baby. But people who know multiple languages, especially those who know multiple language families, are like, to me, like, I cannot comprehend. But yeah, Maori culture is very cool. Any traditional culture is cool. Oh, this is the thing. I brought up languages and I got distracted because I love talking about languages. But one of the topics that I wanted to dive into on TikTok, but got a little bit of backlash and stopped, was this idea of white culture and how whiteness in Western Europe and North America is the product of the erasure of culture. And so growing up, most baby signs are not accurate. No, they're not. But it's a learning curve. So growing up in North America and being exposed to this, I forgot who described it this way, but they described it as not vanilla ice cream, just cream that you add flavor into. So growing up in that environment of just cream, I'm so fascinated when people have flavor. Like when people have culture and traditions and mythologies to like that tie their identity through space and time to other things. Like in my own experience, I can point to stuff, right? I can point to Islam. I'm a Muslim, raised a Muslim. I can point to Islamic mythology. I can point to Islamic history. I can point to Islamic literature. But I don't embody that, right? I am East African, of East African descent, right? My parents and their parents and their parents are from East Africa. I can point to that. I can look at that, but that's not me. A lot of people think I'm South Asian. I am technically South Asian, but like not Indian or Pakistani because my parents left before India and Pakistan were invented. And I can point to that, but that's not me. so unlike other people on TikTok, when I talk about white culture and the lack of white culture, it's coming from a place of sympathy because I am a white person. In practice, I'm a white person. In appearance, I'm not, which sucks. But like, yeah. So this is one of the things that is reinforced, and the reason that we're seeing it reinforced again is due to like nationalism, racism, all that fun stuff. Because in order to get nationalism, in order to get British nationalism, for example, you have to erase the cultural differences that exist from city to city, from shire to shire, from borough to borough, right? And the same thing with American. If you want a united American culture, you have to erase the cultural differences between the Arizonans and the Appalachians and the Texans and the Floridians and the Coloradans and the Washingtonians and the Washingtonians and the Georgians and the New Yorkers and the Mainers and the inland Massachusetts people and the outside Massachusetts people, right? You have to erase all those and be like, oh, no, we're the same. You and I are the same people, right? That's how you build that national unity, by breaking down those cultural things, right? And we see the same thing in Islam today. I made a TikTok criticizing Muslim TikTok because that's also erasing it, right? And it's erasing the plains, right? But even the plains, like the Kansas plains, are different from the Wisconsin plains. They're completely different. Culturally, they're completely different. Like linguistically, their dialects are different. Their slang is different, right? And even in those generalizations, the Kansas people, I don't pay too much attention to Kansas people, let's be honest, but I'm sure there are delineations of Kansans and there are delineations of Wisconsins and there are delineations of Arkansas people. Even in the plains, right? Even in the Canadian plains, because we call it the plains too, right? There's a stark cultural, moral, value-based difference between Albertans and Manitobans who don't exist, and Saskatchewans. That's not the right order. Albertans, Saskatchewans, and Manitobans don't exist. And even then, there's a huge difference between people who are in Calgary versus people who are in Edmonton versus people who are in Red Deer. There's a huge difference between the people who live in Calgary and the people who live in Balzac. Yes, the city outside Calgary is called Balzac. There's a complete cultural difference between the people who live in the northwest of Calgary, the people of northeast in Calgary. There's an entirely different culture between the people who live in Arbor Lake in northwest Calgary and the people who live in Tuscany or Rocky Ridge in northwest Calgary. Neighborhoods, right? But in order to say we are Calgarians, in order to say we are Albertans, in order to say we are Canadians, we have to smush all of those. It's not. It's with a Z or a Z. Balzak. Right? But even in London, there's a huge difference between people from north of the Thames, people from south of the Thames. There are people from difference from slightly east to very very east. Like when I was in London for 2 weeks. And I went to 3, I don't know what they're called, neighborhoods, right? Like I was in King's Cross. And from listening to the people in King's Cross today is completely different demographics, completely different cultural values than King's Cross 5 years ago. King's Cross last time I went in 2018. Boroughs, thank you. Right? And King's Cross, completely different demographic than City of London. City of London, completely different demographic than East Ham. Don't ask me why I was in East Ham. Right? But in order to say, we are London, we are all united as Londoners, don't clip that. You have to erase those differences. People from the other side of the tracks, exactly. Surrey, Kent, City of London. Yeah, exactly. Right? Surrey, I forgot there was a Surrey in London. I'm like, yeah, there's a difference between the Vancouver people and the Surrey people and the North Vancouver people. My friend has a place out there. I was staying with her. Yeah, I spent 2 days in East Ham. But yeah, like, and as soon as I got there, I met up with somebody from Brixton or Brighton. I forget if it was Brixton or Brighton. The one with the beach. And they were a completely different person than anyone else that I met in London. And apparently there's a bunch of people like them in Brixton or Brighton. Surrey is very right-wing and upper middle class, very pompous, like insufferably so. Okay, so same as the Surrey here. Cool, glad we got that consistent. But yeah, it's... And all of those, like... So I want to make... Yeah, Brighton. It was Brighton then. Brixton is in London, right? One of them's like in London, one of them's like really outside. I don't know. I was studying the history of like Central Asia when I was there, not the history of London. So when I say things like America doesn't have mythology or culture, or white people don't have culture, that's what I'm talking about, is that in order to build a united front, you need to erase that culture. You need to erase those differences to join up. And that's exactly what nationalists do. They say, okay, we're going to be one united nation, no pun intended. And in order to be a united nation, we're going to erase all our cultural differences, right? In order to be a united state, we're going to erase all our cultural differences. In order to be a united skin color, and this is specific for the U.S. history, but it's been exported. In order to be a united skin color, we need to exclude all of the differences that people with those skin colors have, right? In America, we call white people Caucasians. Caucasians, like anthropological definition, Caucasians are some of the coolest people in the world, culturally speaking. Their cultural dress is immaculate. Their dances are amazing. Their hats, crazy hats. Amazing. If you go to the Caucasus, if you go to Georgia, and Armenia, where the Caucasians of the Caucasus are, ooh, best hats. Second best hats. Northern Iran has the best hats. Second best hats, right? Amazing. But then we look at the social definition of Caucasian, and it erases all of that. You got to get rid of the cool hats, right? I love a cool hat too. You should see my hat collection. I think I posted a TikTok about it, right? You got to get rid of the cool hats. You got to get rid of the cool languages. You got to get rid of the cool dances, and you just got to get not vanilla ice cream, just the cream. I think that's the problem in schools. We're trying to teach all the kids in this giant country using a Common Core, etc. Yeah. I think that may be part of it. I don't know what's in the curriculum nowadays. I've heard a little bit about Alberta's curriculum, which is not too exciting. But the curriculum that I grew up with, we learned about American history, which was not American history. We learned the American adventure, which is pilgrims came to America, made friends with the Indians. They used the term, not me. Made friends with the indigenous people. Everything was good. Then we freed the slaves. Then we gave women the right to vote. Then we gave black people civil rights. And then everything's good now, right? The reason I call that the American adventure, by the way, is can't even have chocolate chips or vanilla. The reason I call that the American adventure is because there's an animatronic puppet show in Disney World called The American Adventure, where they go through that history exactly the way that I remember learning it in school, which is white people came to America and there were no problems, right? We're not going to talk about who started chattel slavery and the transatlantic slave trade, but Americans stopped it. We're not going to talk about who prevented women from voting, but America gave women the right to vote. Right? We're not going to say who was oppressing black people, but we gave black people civil rights. Right? And it's to build a national identity. That's all the public school is going to do. Yeah, take it. It's yours. The American Adventure. Because it's not American history. It's a story. It's propaganda. It's a story that's good for visiting Disney. The backstory of that, of course, is when Disney built Epcot, they couldn't afford it. So every attraction in Epcot when it was built was paid for by someone else. So in Future World, they had like tech companies and car companies and agriculture companies. They had all these different companies sponsoring each ride. So you would go on the ride and then you'd go to like a GM showroom. They still do that for Test Track. You go and then you go to a Chevrolet showroom for concept cars because that entire ride is an ad for the company that built it. And then for the World Showcase around the lagoon, each country that was represented there was owned by that country. So the Kingdom of Morocco built the Morocco Pavilion. The Kingdom of Canada, the Republic of Canada, the official name of Canada. Canada owned the Canada section. The UK owned the UK section. France owned the France section, right? So that little section is where you have your little tourist propaganda, right? This is what we want the tourists to think of. This is how we're going to convince tourists to visit our country, right? So Morocco did that with their tile work, with their souks, with their rugs, with their imported goods, with their chai, with their spices. France did that with their fragrances and their bakery and their all that stuff. Italy did that with their fragrances. China did that with a whole 360-degree movie about how beautiful China is. Canada did that with a whole 360-degree about how beautiful China is. Norway did that with a ride where you run away from a Yeti, right? And then, and America has a section there, right in the middle section is America. So America is the American adventure. This is what America wants to tell people that it is. It's not what it actually is, but it's what America wants to tell other people it is. That's the American adventure, right? Now, over time, Disney bought back those pavilions. I think Morocco was the most recent one in October of 2020 or 2019. Last time I went, before I moved, the last time I went, it was bought up by Disney and shut down. And so now it's Disney-fied. So instead of finding like French stuff in the France Pavilion, you will find Ratatouille stuff, and Minnie wearing a little beret and a striped shirt. In Canada, you will find Chip and Dale on plaid. In UK, you will find Mary Poppins, Winnie the Pooh, Alice in Wonderland, stuff like that. But the American adventure is the same. It's the Disney-fied American story. The American gift shop, which was supposed to be like New York style Broadway merch and all that stuff, on the side, like the exit through the gift shop, that's been replaced with a Disney store. So that you can buy your $3,000 Disney art, sure, whatever. But the show is still the same. So it's still the message that they want to promote, the American adventure. I'm glad you're enjoying my big talk. Oui, oui, c'est vrai. Parce que le français est le français. Tout le monde. Je ne peux pas parler français. But I can do the accent when I'm speaking for a toilet. But, oh, sorry, Chunks, you asked like an hour ago. Timbits. I'm eating Timbits. These are, I guess, Munchkins at Dunkin' are a knockoff of Timbits. Timbits are just donut holes. Yeah. Oui, oui, oui. So, that's where I was going with that TikTok thread of America doesn't have mythology. It has marketing. Because the stories that you make then, when you've erased all of the stories that you have, the stories that end up get told are the ones that serve a purpose. Now, 1,000 years ago, a story's purpose can be teaching you morals, teaching you about the environment, teaching you how things came to be, teaching you how to interact with other people. We have fables, we have myths, we have these stories where the lesson is how do you live your life. But North America, Turtle Island, no, I'm going to call it North America for this one because that's, no. Houseless people do not sleep in McDonald's. In most places in the United States, it's illegal to be houseless. So if you are staying too long at a McDonald's or a Walmart or a library or a park or whatever, they'll just put you in jail. Yeah. And the meat is with, I don't know what that last word is, but the meat is legally meat in American McDonald's. Right? So the stories that you tell are serving a purpose, and stories are probably the most important thing to people. In my opinion, in my biased opinion as a literature major, stories are the most important thing for people. So what stories do you tell when you already know how to live your life? Right? Oh, chlorine. No, our water does though. I guess if you wash the meat, then it will have chlorine in it. American drinking water has chlorine in it. A little bit. Just a little bit. Residual. Most of it's taken out before it gets to your house. But yeah, so then what stories do you tell? What lessons do you teach? When you don't have, I think if you wash it, it does. I haven't heard anything about meat having chlorine in it, but it does have a lot of stuff that's just not meat. So then the stories that end up being told are what you're trying to convince people of, which is marketing, right? There's a huge the earliest high adventure literature that we have evidence in North America is really just convincing people to move there. Saying if you move to America, your life will be fulfilling. You can take care of your family. You can have a huge plot of land and an acreage and farm animals and whatever. None of it was true. It was these were stories used to recruit indentured servants. People who would spend their entire life savings to get to America and be so indebted to the people that brought them there. Yeah, that makes sense. That they would be working for the rest of their life. And then obviously they wouldn't be living this idyllic life that they were promised through the marketing. Right? That's the same thing. Every story that America has, if you dig deep, there's marketing, right? When I talked about this in the last stream, Paul Bunyan came up, and I don't know too much about Paul Bunyan except for the Disney movie. I think it's a Disney short. And so I looked into it, and Paul Bunyan came from France. The story of Paul Bunyan came from France through Canada. Yeah, please. Go in. I'm gonna build physical stuff for now, but I'm gonna check out the game when I have time and see if I can do a stream about it. But thank you so much for joining in the conversation. I love talking about favorite Lego sets, favorite Star Wars ships and stuff. So enjoy work, and thank you so much for joining. I was convinced I wanted to move to America. I didn't even know how I came to that conclusion. I had no proper ambitions. I was 11, but the American marketing job, it's done. The American adventure, right? That's what they're exporting. If you come to America, you will be prosperous. You will have your white picket fence. You will have your lawn and your 2.5 kids and your dog. None of it's true. None of it's guaranteed, at least. Right? But that's what they export. They export marketing. Other streamers say a different word for that, but I'm going to say marketing. Right? So yeah, Paul Bunyan didn't really take root in America, in the United States, until logging companies used it to boost employee morale by importing these songs from French Canada, and used it then as a caricature to sell lumber, right? Paul Bunyan became an American legend because he was used to sell lumber. And if you guys listen to 99% Invisible, they just did an episode last week about the jackalope. Now, I love the jackalope. I'm from Colorado. Jackalope is fantastic. It was marketing. The jackalope started as a marketing stunt. And it sort of grew over time into this intrinsic part of foothills and mountainous American folklore. But it was just marketing the whole time. I did. I turned, when I was done, I turned on the chat cam. So to recap, we have ATST. Actually, the lighting's better down here. I'm going to turn on the build cam again. That's my phone, not the trackpad. We have our ATST, which we've added horns to. Is it chicken tikka? What's the biggest export of the UK? I can't even think of what it would be. I'm not going to say something snarky like colonialism. We have our ATST. Sorry, AT and ATST. We have our aluminum falcon. Very cute. This is probably my favorite out of all of them. We have our Razor Crest. I don't know, this one looks better on the picture on the box than it does in real life, but that's fine. And we have our Tauntaun, tied for second favorite. Actually, this might be my first favorite. This is top 3 for sure. And we have our X-wing. Wool. I guess if we're counting the UK as a whole, because Wales and Scotland are famous for their wool. Same with Aotearoa. I don't know if it's their biggest export, but merino wool is one of their big exports. Our biggest export is media, TV, movies, actors, music, musicians. That makes sense. That tracks. I cannot count how many times I've seen people surprised that such and such actor is actually British. Hugh Laurie, Tom Holland, two of the Spider-Mans actually. I didn't mean it in a mean way. Just set my phone down to listen to what he was saying. Totally forgot that I had finished building. Yeah, I'm done building. We got our Lego. Lego is built, and then I'll try to put some more effort into the longer stream. Can't guarantee 24 hours, but we'll try it. We can do an attempted 24-hour stream. I would have to wear comfier clothes and do it on a colder day, because this, you can hear the fan. I can see the fan registering in the microphone. But this whole thing is way too hot to spend 24 hours in this room. We don't have the infrastructure in the UK to export stuff, so you export media. Yeah. And America exports the most marketing. That's all it is. It's marketing. And that probably explains, like, the political stuff as well, right? Is the castle 14 hours? Yeah, but that was split over multiple streams. That wasn't one stream. Also, the castle was in a different room. This room is an oven. I've got my two windows here and one window over there, and the sun is south of us, and these are south-facing windows. So this room, from sunrise to sunset, this room gets direct sunlight. Tori's bumped it down to second. Oh, cars, that's interesting. I would not have expected large car manufacturers in the UK. But I guess that makes sense when you look at the directions of roads and stuff. Yeah. No, I had a really long stream. It was at least 12. I'll have to look back at that. I don't... 8 or 10 maybe. I don't think I hit 12. But it is getting late. It is 10 o'clock for me now. Crazy to think that it was 10 o'clock for other people a while ago, but... yeah, I remember one of the first ones that I did was really long because I don't know how to... I got too excited and I don't know how to budget my time. But I think these 3 or 4 hour ones are really good. That's a good amount of time for these streams. But again, I don't wanna do the whole Harry Potter stream and build all the stuff and do all the memes and stuff and then not have anything come out of it. So I'm gonna try to promote that more places. Yeah, that's a good plan. I'm gonna skip tonight's sitcom too. Wasn't gonna have a sitcom anyway, but I'll skip it. Yeah, I really want to like get something meaningful out of that stream because I'm still building Harry Potter Legos, and a lot of people don't like even that. So I want to make it impactful if I'm going to do something out of that. So that's going to take some marketing, which I just don't have the capacity to do right now. Applying for jobs and stuff. But yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining. I'm just looking at my German Steam notification. Hello, I don't have a PayPal or something to donate, but I hope this is enough. You make good work and respond very well. I don't know what this email means. It's in German. Translate message. Okay. Yo! Final gave me the game. Final Biologic... He went to work, but... Or they went to work. They went to work, but they gave me the game. Okay, now I definitely have to try it out. That's crazy. Thank you so much for that. I'll have to thank them. I didn't realize that they gave me the game. That's what the German email was about. Okay. I'm watching the original Ghost starring the cast of Horrible Histories. It's fantastic. Given that you bought the Lego years ago, and JKR isn't benefiting from you building it. Yeah, so that's the other thing. 2021 and 2022 sets. They're not old sets. They're gifts, but they're not old sets. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna if I meet them next stream, I'll send them a message on Steam. But if they're in the next stream, I'll gift them a sub or something. I don't know. I don't know what I can do. Yeah. So that's it. Ended on a good note. I guess Hyan missed it. He just messaged me on TikTok. Missed him in the last stream too, but yeah. Thank you guys so much for joining me, for putting up with my you didn't buy them. We can figure out the pedantic stuff. Yeah, I like even calculating how much is going to, okay, for Lego you can get a rough estimate of what the licensing fee is, but then for Lego Harry Potter it's joint copyright, so some of that's going to Warner Brothers, some of that's going to JKR. So I was thinking of at least seeding the donations with the licensing fee of the sets, so the money that could have potentially gone to JKR is also going to pro trans stuff. That's stupid. It's real stupid. I don't like that that moral opinions have to deal with finances now. I think that's dumb. Anyway, pedantic stuff about how to market it later. Meantime, yes, FJKR. Sure, 100%. Okay, see, I didn't know that either. I know that they canceled Batgirl, which is dumb. But that's a whole... Okay, I'm not going to get into it here. I made a video about it like 2 days ago on TikTok. Go watch that one. But the whole movie industry and the move away from making movies is a whole nother rant for a whole nother stream. I don't have the patience to get into it now. I'm gonna punch my camera. Yeah, it's mental because, yeah, I think, and somebody pointed this out on Twitter as well, of like I'm going down this rabbit hole of like everything is bad for this specific reason, and I can see myself going down this rabbit hole. Don't know how to get out of it. Don't know if I can get out of it. But the idea of the one specific reason is that meaning doesn't exist in isolation anymore, right? And I talked about this with the Disney box weirdos and the Funko box weirdos already, but it's happening with movie box weirdos as well, is that you used to be able to make a movie because you had something to say, or because you wanted to try a technique, or because you had a story to tell, or because you wanted to, make an impact. But now the reason that you make movies is for money, right? So if the movie doesn't make money, it doesn't matter. Story doesn't matter, technique doesn't matter, casting doesn't matter, storytelling doesn't matter, impact doesn't matter, money matters. That's the only thing that matters, right? Same thing that we're seeing with the box weirdos with Lego. Used to be, you buy a Lego set because you want to build something, or because you want to explore something creatively, or because you want to have the materials in order to create something that's in your mind, or tell a story, or share something with a friend. Now, you buy Lego because of the money, and the resale value, and how it looks on a shelf gathering dust, right? This very surface level monetary thing. I need to look into the etymology of materialism, because there's two different definitions of materialism that feed into this whole discussion. It's a long thing. Maybe next stream. Late stage capitalism at its best. Yeah, couldn't have signed it up. Could not have said it better myself. Even if you try to say something in your movie, the reactionary rights, it's going to be less than wokey left nonsense. Except, even if you don't try to do something. So one of the reasons I was trying to get that point across of white Americans don't have culture, they are the cream, not the flavor, is because in order to make America a unified culture, you'd had to take all of the white people things and make them the default, right? But if you make them the default, then they also apply to non-white people, right? So morally, socially, the latest craze of changing Ariel to Halle Bailey is a zero-sum game. Morally, it's lateral move, right? If we're looking at the values, if we're looking at the sociological value of that, it's a lateral move. Nothing changes, right? But because so many people have equated white with default, then this morally neutral move is a deviation from white as default. People who are already scared and already on the edge of their seats are going to freak out about that. And they're going to have a problem with that. And many of them are not going to know why. Because they haven't connected that white is default in their minds. Either they just haven't gotten around to it, or they've actively denied that that's the connection. They're thinking default is default, and this is not default. Therefore, it's bad. Therefore, it's woke propaganda. Therefore, it must be canceled. Therefore, blah, 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 blah. I'm willing to put, if I had money, I'd be willing to put money on a lot of the people, if not the majority of people, who are complaining, who had that gut reaction to complain about Ariel, won't even think that it's about race until it's explained to them. You know, I made back in February or March, when I made my original videos about Black Ariel, about Halle Bailey's casting as Ariel, I made the argument that it's worse, specifically for Disney. Just because the point of Ariel, not the point of Ariel, the point of The Little Mermaid is that love transcends boundaries. Now, in the original story, it's gender boundaries, right? A man can love another man for the author. But in the Disney, it is love can transcend world. I live in a world, you live in a world, I want to be part of that world. Right? Fine story. This one, because it's being made by Disney, who constantly ham-handles the point, and because it's being made in the world that we live in, it's transcending the boundary of world versus world. Sure. Done before, tried and true, not much attention to it. This one is also transcending the boundary of race. Because Ariel is black, Prince Eric is white. And I have a gut feeling, I had the same gut feeling back in February, that Disney is going to make this about race. Not about the nebulous, metaphorical part of that world. No, they're going to make it about black people are allowed to be with white people. And that's the point that they're going to hammer home, and I'm not excited for that. Yeah. That no longer envisions themselves in it anymore. Yeah. Did you watch the latest episode of the alt-right playbook? Because that's what Innuendo Studios talked about in that one, about how when we look at it's not people being racist, it's that some people do not have to think about their race at all, ever. Some people do have to think about their race. They're forced to think about their race all the time, always. And some people who don't have to think about their race choose to think about their race. And those guys are weirdos. Those are the white supremacists. Those are the ones who make everything about being white. Not because they have to, but because they choose to. Right? Can no longer envision themselves in it anymore. Yeah. And for the people that can no longer envision themselves being the 16-year-old girl that gets a species change so that she can marry a person that she's never met, never talked to, not the same species as her, then watch the original movie. Watch the Netflix movie. Go on the ride. Talk to the character. Watch the cartoons. Play the video games, right? There are so many ways to engage with that version of Ariel, or a version of Ariel that's similar to that one. But it's not okay. For them. It's somehow still not okay. Where you say not to mention the fact that she's black the entire movie, then focus on the transcend world element, it might work. Knowing Disney, they're going to slap a giant 30-inch ham handling of the point on the table. That's exactly it, right? If they do what they've done for the... No, never mind, that's a lie. They've ruined the other remakes as well. If they do a shot-for-shot remake of the animated Little Mermaid with Halle Bailey as Ariel, it would be fine. But having seen Beauty and the Beast, having seen Lion King, and The Jungle Book, and Lady and the Tramp, especially, and having heard what I've heard about Pinocchio, haven't seen it yet. They're not going to do that. That's why it's disappointing. That's why it's sad. Because Disney is going to take this opportunity of, oh, race is in the front of mind for the population. Everybody's thinking about race right now. We're going to make this movie about race. And that's not the right move. It's going to be interesting. Even more interesting, Daveed Diggs is playing Sebastian. You see my face when I said that? I'm not excited about Daveed. Daveed Diggs, very talented. Very talented. Huge fan of Daveed Diggs. He played Lafayette in Hamilton. He played Thomas Jefferson in Hamilton. He is one of the Mr. Noodles in Elmo's world. There's a lot of Mr. Noodles there. He's been on other Sesame Street as well. So I disagree. I don't think he's going to be fun in the role. Because he is a very talented, very creative artist in his own right. I was reading through the Hamilton book that accompanies not the book that the play is based on, but the book that comes with the novelization of the play that's based on the novel. And for a lot of what Jefferson and Lafayette do, Daveed wrote that. Because he's very talented as a writer, as a performer, as an actor, as a rapper, as a musician. He's very, very talented, very, very creative. He has a very unique voice. Counterpoint, so does Will Smith. Will Smith is a very talented performer, very talented actor, very talented rapper, made his entire early career making kid-friendly raps, right? That was his early career. Parents just don't understand, right? What did they do with Will Smith? They made Will Smith give his worst Robin Williams impersonation for both musical numbers in Aladdin. They had a Will Smith version. It was in the end credits. But for the movie proper, they took someone who put their heart and soul into the work and tried to have it recreated by somebody who has a completely different heart and a completely different soul and is more than capable of making their own thing. That's what happened with Aladdin. Same thing happened with with Lion King, right? Donald Glover, amazing actor, amazing performer, amazing rapper, amazing writer. Took away everything that he could have brought to the performance. Yeah, they didn't let him do his own thing. They didn't let him do his own thing. Right? It's that brand integrity. It's that box. It's Disney being box weirdos. They didn't let him do his own thing. Right? They didn't let Beyonce. She did her own thing. I don't like it. I like Beyonce. Before anybody cancels me, I like Beyonce. Did not like what she did with Lion King. They took out my favorite song from the Lion King movie, from the first Lion King movie, Busa, and they replaced it with her song, which didn't make any sense. They also took out my other favorite song from the Lion King, which is Be Prepared, for no reason. And then she had her companion album, Black is King, where, and this is just my opinion, the only good songs on that album are the ones that she's not in. She has a cameo in the music video, but she's not performing in them. Right? She was allowed to do her own thing because she's Beyonce, but not within the confines. Right? So I don't think they're going to let Daveed Diggs do his own thing. I think he is going to do his best impersonation of 1989, 88, 89 Sebastian. I think that's what they're going to force him to do. Now, if Lin-Manuel Miranda adds his own song, which, here's my prediction, they're gonna replace Le Poisson with some Lin-Manuel Miranda joint. Actually, now that I think about it, I have not watched Little Mermaid in a really long time. Can you tell? Le Poisson. The only good thing that can come out of this movie, I think, is if they make Le Poisson a duet with Lin-Manuel Miranda, who's playing the chef, by the way, and Daveed Diggs. That's the only good thing that's going to come out of this, I think. And I know what you're thinking. What is Le Poisson? What are you talking about? So in case you don't know, in the new movie, that's Lin-Manuel Miranda. That's Lin-Manuel Miranda in the new movie.
Les poissons, how I love les poissons. Love to chop and to serve little fish. First I cut off their heads and I pull out their bones. Ah mais oui, ça c'est toujours délicieux. Les poissons, les poissons. With a cleaver I hack them in two.
So, you can see what's going on. It's a song. It is the same as Be Our Guest. So you can see what's going on. That's Lin-Manuel Miranda's character and Daveed Diggs' character sharing a musical moment. Now, Sebastian doesn't sing in this part. He doesn't say anything because he's in fish mode. So the only thing that I think they can do here is if they make this, if they say, Lin, take this, do whatever you want. Daveed, listen to Lin. That's the only good thing we're getting out of this movie. It's going to be interesting to see how the new songs gel with the old songs, because the new songs in Aladdin didn't feel like they were from the same movie at all. Exactly. Did not feel like they were from the same movie. Same with Beyonce's song in Lion King. Did not feel like it was from the same movie. Yeah, it is Be Our Guest. So I'm just now realizing that well, not realizing, but remembering that Lin-Manuel Miranda and David Diggs also can't do accents. Like, they chronically can't do accents. We've all heard Hamilton, right? His attempt at a French accent is not that good, but whatever. But whatever. He's not French. He didn't try to do a French accent. He admitted that he didn't try to do a French accent. It's fine. Yeah, they should be in a whole nother movie. Or at least, like, update all the songs. Right? I have a friend like me from 1992 that I can listen to. I don't need a new version of the 1992 friend like me. He does it in the play. He's admitted in interviews that he doesn't know what a French accent is or how to do it. He was just making it up, which shows. Fine, whatever. Right? So then he can't do, I don't know if he can do a Jamaican accent. I don't know if they're going to keep the Jamaican accent for Sebastian. Lin-Manuel Miranda, you will remember from Mary Poppins 2, Return of Mary Poppins, also can't do accents. You'll also remember from In the Heights. Can't do accents. And he's going to play this French guy. Won't be surprised if they made it American. Yeah, sure. Make him a diner side fry cook. Make the white supremacists happy by setting this in Boston and making it like a diner. He's making clam chowder. It was not good. To be fair, it's not supposed to be a good accent. He was following Dick Van Dyke. It's not supposed to be a good accent. But it was bad. It was bad. Bad enough that I change the accent when I sing along, and that never happens. Yeah. But it's not I'm not optimistic for this movie. I think I said this last stream too. I'm not optimistic for this movie. Yeah. If they, and we already know that they're not going to do this because the trailer dropped. If they redid all the songs, it'd be cool. If they kept the story the same, it'd be cool. I don't think they're going to do that. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to add a subplot which makes the story worse. And it's going to make it about race. That's all it is. I have talked about Disney movies for 30 more minutes than I intended to. The intention was 0 minutes. I'm gonna end the stream here. I think it's late for everybody, so I'm not gonna raid anyone. Can I? Is there anybody left to raid? Slayas is online, the Jang's online, Sapiens is online. Yeah, I'm not gonna raid anyone tonight. I think it's time that everybody goes to bed. Negasonic, it's like what, 6 in the morning for you, 7 in the morning? It's not. Everybody else has gone to bed. Thank you so much for everyone who joined the stream. Thank you everyone who stayed. Thank you, Final, for sending that. I know you're not here. 5:30 or 5:30. That's still either one. Thank you, Final Biologic, for sending me the game. I will check it out when I have time. I honestly don't have time. I'm in between jobs right now. So thank you so much for everyone for joining. Please take care of yourselves. Get some sleep. Get to work. Keep building. Keep playing. Play well.